I hold a worn leather satchel containing the monastery's daily rations, 12 pounds of dried bread and cheese, sealed in a wax-coated cloth that still carries the faint scent of beeswax from last week's sealing. In my cell, the air is thick with incense, the cold draft from the window creating wisps of smoke that dance above the candles. Brother Edwin, our abbot, will not be pleased if I fail to meet this evening's reading quota, 15 chapters of scripture and commentary, written in a script so fine it requires a steady hand. What if my mind wanders during Vespers, and I forget the canticles that echo through the nave? What if Brother Leo is late with the day's dinner, leaving us to eat at midnight as usual? And what if the novice mistakes our apothecary's inventory, leading to a disastrous experiment in the infirmary? If you're listening to this to fall asleep, that's exactly why I make these. Drop a comment and tell me where you are and what time it is. I read every single one. The monastery's bell tower stands above the cloister, its ironwork silhouetted against the moonlit sky like a skeletal hand reaching for the stars. The smell of last night's ale still lingered on Brother Edwin's tunic as he made his way to the kitchen for breakfast. The sun had barely cracked the horizon, casting a pale light over the monastery grounds. He yawned, feeling the stiffness in his back from sleeping on a thin pallet. As he pushed open the door to the kitchen, the warm air inside enveloped him like a gentle hug. Pots and pans clanged against each other as Brother Timothy stirred the porridge, his movements practiced but not quite precise. Edwin's stomach growled at the aroma of bread baking in the oven, the yeasty scent mingling with the faint smell of last night's soup. "Good morrow, Edwin," Timothy called out without looking up, his voice like a rusty gate. "I'm making your favorite oats and honey." Edwin smiled to himself as he slid onto a stool at the long wooden table. He knew it was just a matter of time before Timothy got distracted by some other task or person, came in needing help with their chores. The monk's morning routine could be like a carefully choreographed dance, except when someone forgot their part. A faint smell wafted from Edwin's direction. He must have forgotten to wash his face this morning. He made a mental note to sneak away later and splash some water on his skin before the day got busier. The cold might sting at first, but it would be refreshing after another long night of reading prayers in dim candlelight. Timothy finally looked up from his stirring, noticing Edwin had already begun eating without waiting for permission. "Ah, you're ravenous today," he said with a chuckle, though the tone was slightly annoyed, as if to say, "You'd think the man would have some self-control after all these years living here." Edwin shrugged and continued eating in silence, listening instead to Timothy's practiced patter about last night's supper. The old monk had spent decades learning how to describe even the most mundane meal with enthusiasm that bordered on reverence. The venison was tender as a lover's caress, or the carrots were cooked to perfection like tiny golden crowns. Edwin finished his porridge and pushed away from the table just as Timothy began telling him about the day's schedule. But before he could take another bite of bread, Brother Ambrose burst into the kitchen, shouting over his shoulder for someone named Michael, who was probably still in bed. The sound echoed through the narrow corridors like a wild animal breaking free, startling Edwin from his reverie and making Timothy pause mid-sentence. They both looked at each other with raised eyebrows, sharing an unspoken understanding. Another day had begun, full of its own set of petty dramas and minor catastrophes. As Ambrose continued chasing after Michael, who was probably just trying to avoid another chore, Edwin stood up from the table and stretched his arms over his head. He yawned again, feeling a small crick in his lower back that he would have to remember to rub out later with some oil. The kitchen's warmth enveloped him once more as he made his way to help Timothy finish getting breakfast ready. But before they could get into the rhythm of their daily routine, churning butter, sweeping floors, scrubbing pots and pans, Edwin couldn't resist a glance at something peculiar on the wall nearby, an old stone marker with faded letters. He'd seen it countless times over the years, but never really paid much attention to its inscription. His eyes narrowed as he made out the words, partially covered by dust and cobwebs. Brother, he squinted a Weston. 1353. What caught his eye was that the date seemed eerily close to their own era, within living memory, but not quite contemporary. It wasn't until then that he noticed something else odd about it. The marker itself appeared almost as old-fashioned as a Roman milestone from some long-forgotten road. A shiver ran down Edwin's spine as a quiet unease crept in with the realization that this inscription, on what might be considered an ancient relic in their own day and age, was not much older than he himself. He felt the weight of centuries settling around him like dust, raising questions about what else they didn't know or perhaps deliberately chose to ignore. For now, however, his focus returned to more pressing concerns, getting breakfast out for everyone before chaos erupted in the rest of the monastery, and wondering if anyone would notice he'd eaten half a loaf without permission. That minor transgression could become its own tiny drama as the day wore on, but it wouldn't be until much later that Edwin began to feel like something more profound was unfolding beneath their routine, almost imperceptible at first. He turned back to help Timothy with the chores, feeling the familiar rhythms of monastery life resuming around him. Yet a new awareness lingered in his mind. Amidst all these dusty relics and worn routines, where did truth begin or did it ever stop being hidden? The sun had barely cracked the horizon when Brother Edwin made his way to the scriptorium, a worn wooden stool tucked under his arm and a faint scent of sandalwood clinging to his robes from last night's prayers. The air inside was heavy with the smell of parchment, ink, and the faint tang of candle wax as he set down his load near the main workbench. A half-finished manuscript lay open on Brother Godric's desk, quill poised over a blank line as if waiting for inspiration to strike. Brother Edwin cleared his throat before announcing his presence with a gentle cough. Such habits were ingrained in him from years of living among fellow monks who prized silence above all else. Godric's eyes flicked up, squinting slightly behind his wire-rimmed spectacles as he took note of the morning light spilling through the high windows. "La Edwin." "Good morrow," he murmured before refocusing on the task at hand, making an intricate flourish with the quill that left a delicate line of ink trailing across the page. You are standing near Brother Godric's workbench now, watching as his fingers dance in swift, precise strokes. The flicker of candlelight casts eerie shadows on the walls, and you can almost feel the weight of all those scribbled words bearing down upon you, a reminder that every line, every mark, and every phrase is an attempt to capture something ephemeral, truth. Outside, the day began in earnest as monks started stirring within their cells. Some would rise for morning prayers at the chapel's eastern wing, Others preferred the peace of solitary devotions within their own chambers. The sound of murmured psalms drifted on the breeze like a threadbare tapestry carried by an unseen breeze. A faint rumble echoed through the corridors as Brother Albert, the novice in charge of kitchen duties, lugged heavy sacks filled with dried herbs and spices into the refectory. This morning's offerings would be somewhat different from usual. The abbot had decreed that a special dish would be prepared to celebrate Saint Benedict's feast day later this week. Brother Edwin ambled over to join Albert in unloading the contents of those sacks onto wooden counters. Their conversation carried on hushed tones between bites of stale bread and sips of lukewarm ale. They spoke about nothing out of the ordinary, what would be served at dinner tonight. How well last night's rain had replenished the water barrels. You are now beside them as they sort through dried rosemary stalks, their fragrance mingling with Albert's sweat-scented robes and Edwin's lingering hint of sandalwood. The dusty shelves above seemed to stretch up forever, lined with wooden boxes containing mysterious contents that were never opened, a reminder that there is always more to this place than meets the eye. Godric interrupted your reverie by gesturing toward an assortment of parchments stacked near his workbench. Edwin, would you mind taking those over to Brother Thomas in the scriptorium's eastern wing? He needs fresh parchment for his translation project. This directive carried a faint undercurrent, as always when involving Godric and anything that might require precision or speed. Your footsteps echo through empty corridors while carrying this load of parchments. At each bend, you catch glimpses of fellow monks going about their daily routines. Brother Leo practicing calligraphy on scraps of discarded parchment near the refectory entrance. Brother James carefully arranging his candles in a neat stack by the prayer room's western door. Upon entering Thomas's scriptorium section, your eyes adjust to the dimmer light here. Windows were smaller and more numerous than those elsewhere within the monastery. Shelves lining this wing are stacked with stacks of dusty scrolls bound in worn leather straps. You recall seeing Brother Mark carefully unroll a scroll from one such stack yesterday. Brother Thomas himself sits hunched over his workbench, hands cradling a cup of steaming tea as he intently studies an open book. Upon noticing your arrival, he smiles and beckons toward the nearest shelf, where the freshest parchment indeed awaited. You hand him the parchments while he murmurs thanks beneath his breath. In this quiet space, even words like these are almost whispers. For a moment, you simply stand there as Thomas's fingers begin tracing lines on one of those new sheets, with an eager expression that belies any doubts about capturing truth within written pages. His hands move across the parchment at speed, though every mark carries its own weight, every dot and dash holding promise for conveying meaning to readers in distant places. It is a responsibility shared among all monks here, taking up these scribbled lines as if their words could reshape lives beyond these stone walls. Later that day, while exploring an often overlooked corner of the monastery's outer courtyard, you stumble upon Brother Leo engaged in an odd task, collecting pebbles from beneath an oak tree. His basket overflows with a rainbow assortment, crimson specks like rubies next to bright blue stones, others with swirling patterns evoke images of distant rivers. Leo looks up as if sensing your presence, his hands ceasing their gathering motion for a moment before resuming the task at hand, adding one more pebble into his collection. Just an old custom, he explains matter-of-factly while dusting off his palms on the nearby stone wall. It seems monks here have developed peculiar ways to remember certain anniversaries or saints' days. A faint memory surfaces in your mind as you watch Leo. During a particularly somber discussion with Godric about their written endeavors, someone mentioned, and it seemed an afterthought, that some scholars believed truth resided within these manuscripts. That they held more than the obvious, secrets of old knowledge passed down through generations, hidden codes embedded for posterity. But what did this really mean? Was it truly possible to discover buried truths by poring over parchment, quills, and inkwells? And if so, how could any man possibly separate fact from fiction when words had been passed on, copied, rewritten? Perhaps the date inscribed upon that worn stone near the refectory entrance holds more significance than initially thought. If it accurately dates back to a period of turmoil for this monastery, with records indicating numerous disputes over doctrine and interpretation among monks during those years. As evening approaches, shadows grow longer within these corridors. Candles flicker as night prayers draw near. Tomorrow will dawn much like today, monks performing tasks assigned by the abbot or their fellow brethren while seeking meaning in written words. Yet amidst all this repetition, with dust gathering on each surface and memories collecting within stone walls, you begin to wonder, amidst these endless routines, do our actions reflect a desire for truth? Or are we merely trying to keep up appearances? The sounds of night prayers drift from the chapel as monks gather beneath flickering torches. Flickers dance across faces intent on devotion. Shadows grow long and black like secrets held within hearts, leaving you pondering those questions still unanswered. Night deepens further outside these walls, with darkness casting a mysterious veil over the world beyond the stone edifice. But for now, in this sanctuary of dusty parchments, worn robes, and countless candlelit hours spent poring over words, the faint scent of old parchment and worn leather wafts through the air, mingling with the sweet aroma of beeswax candles as Brother Edwin's fingers dance across the pages of a tattered manuscript. His eyes scan the lines of Latin text, committing each word to memory, his brow furrowed in concentration. You find yourself standing beside him, watching as he pauses to rub his tired eyes, the soft glow of candlelight casting an ethereal sheen on his face. The flickering shadows dance across the walls, like restless spirits trying to escape the confines of this small scriptorium. In the corner, Brother Henry hammers away at a wooden desk, his chisel striking the surface with rhythmic regularity as he carves intricate designs into a new psalter cover. His hands move with practiced ease, each stroke a testament to years spent honing his craft. You take in the details of this small world. Brother Edwin's worn sandals scuffed from countless journeys between library and scriptorium, the faint scent of incense lingering on Brother Henry's robes, the way the soft light casts shadows behind the stacks of parchment-filled chests lining one wall. Every surface seems to be covered with a fine layer of dust, not enough to cause concern, but just enough to hint at years spent in this cozy, cramped space. Your gaze wanders to the shelves above Brother Edwin's head, where row upon row of dusty jars line the wooden racks, their contents carefully labeled on small tags. Spices for anointing, herbs for purification, and dried fruits for snack. Each jar has its own unique aroma, some sweet, others pungent or earthy. You wonder what Brother Edwin's favorite is. The sound of the chisel striking wood continues in a steady beat as Brother Henry works on his psalter cover. The air remains thick with the scent of beeswax and parchment, punctuated by occasional whispers from the brothers working nearby. Brother Thomas softly explaining an obscure passage to one of the newer monks, or Brother Marcus chuckling good-naturedly at some joke made in a hushed voice. You're drawn back to Brother Edwin's manuscript as he begins to read aloud. His voice is low and soothing, yet somehow manages to convey the weighty importance of the words. You follow along on an adjacent page, tracing your finger over each line with the same care that Brother Edwin uses when reading from his own copy. The scriptorium falls silent for a moment as Brother Edwin reaches the end of a particularly difficult passage. The air is heavy with anticipation. You're not sure what will happen next in this unfolding narrative. But before any of them can ask, the abbot appears at the doorway, his expression stern but gentle. Brothers, he says softly, I have called for your attention. The room falls silent once more as Brother Edwin closes his manuscript and looks up towards the abbot, a look of concern etched on his face. You sense that something is about to be announced, perhaps an upcoming feast day, or maybe some new development in their community. But before any words can be exchanged, the door bursts open behind the abbot, letting in a chill from outside. A young monk stumbles into the room, his robes dusty and disheveled, his face flushed with exertion. Forgive me, he says breathlessly to Brother Edwin's raised eyebrow, but he pauses for a moment before blurting out an unexpected statement. I've been thinking about those bodies in the graveyard. The scriptorium falls silent once more as all eyes turn towards him, curiosity etched on each face. You feel your own attention drawn towards this young monk's words. What do you mean? Brother Edwin asks gently, his tone inviting further explanation. Those bodies, specifically a group of unbaptized corpses discovered in the graveyard last autumn, have been causing quite the stir among their ranks. The brothers seem unsure what to make of them. Are they souls deserving mercy and burial alongside the faithful? Or do they represent some sort of affront, an insult to God's holy judgment? As Brother Edwin continues questioning the young monk, you find yourself reflecting on your own understanding of this dilemma, how it weighs upon these men who dedicate their lives to serving a higher power. Theirs is a world governed by strict rules and rituals, each designed to maintain order in a universe seen as fragile. You are drawn back into the present moment when Brother Edwin leans forward slightly, his eyes narrowing with interest. Tell us, he says softly, his voice coaxing out more information from this troubled young monk. But before anything further is revealed about those bodies or their significance within your community's daily life, a world governed by rituals and strict adherence to tradition, you find yourself wandering through the cool morning air outside these walls. Your footsteps carry you across dew-kissed grass, alongside a gentle stream babbling its way towards the nearby forest. The sky above is an inky blue, with hints of gold peeking out from behind wispy clouds. Your mind still clings to thoughts about those unbaptized corpses. Will they receive burial rites? What does their existence say about God's mercy? Eventually, you make your way back to the scriptorium, curiosity piqued as to how this particular conundrum might be resolved within these hallowed halls. Upon entering, you're greeted by an air thick with anticipation. Brother Edwin stands at the center of a small gathering, several brothers and the abbot forming a tight semicircle around him. Their faces wear concerned expressions, their postures betraying unease. You sense that something significant has transpired while your attention was elsewhere. Whispers now carry on hushed tones about the decision, or perhaps it's only rumor mongering within these close-knit ranks. Whatever the truth may be, and you suspect there are several threads at play here, one thing is certain. This morning will bring change. As Brother Edwin clears his throat to speak, you settle back into your seat near the manuscript stand. His words now echo in a clear, measured tone, a voice accustomed to guiding these men through times of trial and contemplation. Brothers, he says gently, as we deliberate over what is best for our community regarding those unbaptized corpses. The air remains heavy with anticipation as Brother Edwin pauses before continuing. Brother Edwin takes a deep breath and begins to speak once more, his voice steady but measured. You are standing alongside Brother Edwin now, as he guides you through another day in the life of a medieval monk. The air inside the scriptorium is thick with dust, and the scent of parchment wafts up from the workbenches. You can hear the faint scratch of quills on vellum, the soft murmur of monks engaged in quiet conversation. As Brother Edwin speaks, he gestures toward one of his fellow scribes, a man named Brother Ambrose. Today's task is to copy the final chapter of St. Augustine's De Civitate Dei, Brother Edwin explains. It will be no easy feat, as the ink on these pages has been known to bleed through at the most inopportune moments. You notice that Brother Ambrose is carefully handling a quill pen, his fingers stained with ink and parchment dust. He works slowly but deliberately, making sure each stroke of the quill falls precisely where he wants it. What if, you wonder aloud, Brother Ambrose has made an error in his calculations? What would happen then? Brother Edwin's expression turns thoughtful for a moment before responding. If Brother Ambrose were to make such a mistake, I'm sure he would be mortified, and rightly so. The work of the scribe is not taken lightly here at St. Augustine's Abbey. A single error could mean weeks or even months lost in production. You continue walking alongside Brother Edwin as you watch Brother Ambrose work. His hands move with practiced ease across the parchment, his eyes scanning each line for any sign of error. Notice how carefully he holds the quill, Brother Edwin observes quietly. He's been doing this for years now, ever since his days in the novitiate. As you stand there, a faint whispering begins to build at the edges of your awareness. It is the sound of chanting monks rising from their cells below, their voices growing louder as they make their way toward the chapel. Ah, Brother Edwin says the dawn mass will be starting soon. You might want to head over and join in, it's always a beautiful sight. With that, you move through the scriptorium with Brother Edwin, the sound of chanting monks enveloping you like a warm blanket on a winter morning. As you walk toward the chapel, the air grows thick with anticipation. You push open one of the large wooden doors and step into the cool darkness within. The scent of incense wafts up to greet you, frankincense mixed with myrrh, creating an intoxicating fragrance that seems almost otherworldly in its intensity. Inside, rows upon rows of candles flicker like tiny stars on a winter's night. Monks kneel and rise, their robes rustling softly as they pray together. Brother Edwin takes his place alongside them, his voice blending with the others in perfect harmony. You find yourself standing among the monks now, listening to the words of St. Augustine being read aloud from the pulpit. Tempor haber. Tempor habemus. As you listen, a sense of calm washes over you, carrying away worries and cares on its gentle tide. The scent of smoke carried on a wispy thread through the monastery's cloisters, guiding you to Brother Edwin's kitchen. The fire crackled within its hearth, casting flickering shadows on the stone walls as he stirred the bubbling cauldron with a wooden spoon. You enter, and Brother Edwin looks up from his task, a smudge of flour on his cheekbone. His eyes, an endearing shade of blue that seems almost too bright for a man in his late 50s, sparkle with concentration as he assesses your arrival. "What brings you here?" he asks, the spoon pausing midair. "Well, I'm trying to perfect my pottage recipe." You lean against the stone counter, watching as Brother Edwin adds a pinch of thyme from a dusty jar on the shelf above. The aroma wafts up, mingling with the steam rising from the cauldron. As you ponder what draws you to this moment, perhaps it's the comfort of familiar scents or the promise of a warm meal, your gaze drifts around the kitchen. Vessels of varying shapes and sizes line the shelves. Clay pots for storing grains, wooden barrels for wine, and woven baskets for fruits and vegetables. Brother Edwin hands you a small bowl from beneath his apron, gesturing to the pottage simmering in the cauldron. "Taste it," he says, his eyes gleaming with pride. "I've been trying this new combination of herbs, rosemary, thyme, parsley." You take a spoonful and let it sit for an instant on your tongue before swallowing. The flavors dance together in harmony: rich broth, the subtle tang of herbs, and a faint earthy undertone from the vegetables. "Oh, this is quite good," you admit, trying not to sound too impressed. "I remember when Brother Thomas experimented with rosemary last winter. It turned out a bit too bitter." Brother Edwin chuckles, returning his spoon to the cauldron's surface. "Yes, he likes to push boundaries, doesn't he? But I think this one is balanced nicely." He pauses, lost in thought for an instant before refocusing on you. "You're welcome to stay and share a meal with me when it's ready," he offers, his eyes crinkling at the corners as he smiles. "It's just not quite there yet, needs more simmering." You nod your agreement, watching as Brother Edwin adds another pinch of thyme from the jar on the shelf above. The air thickens with steam and scents, carrying you into a small, warm world that exists within these stone walls. The hours pass like this, time lost in conversation and cooking, in savoring each step towards creating something nourishing for yourself and your fellow monks. You spend moments pacing alongside Brother Edwin as he tends the fire, observing how it casts shadows on the walls darker where the light is blocked by shelves or vessels, lighter near cracks between stones. Later, as you help prepare vegetables for the evening's meal, a nearby brother stumbles into the kitchen with an armload of fresh herbs from the garden. Brother Edwin and he engage in a discussion about which varieties work best for infusing broth with flavor, their words flowing like the gentle trickle of water through the monastery's courtyards. Your hands move automatically among vegetables and pots, chopping and peeling as you listen to snippets of conversation drifting between tasks. It becomes one of those afternoons where everything seems woven together by threads of friendship and shared interests. Brother Edwin's pottage recipe, now a focal point for debate and laughter. The afternoon gives way to late afternoon light as the angle of sun shifts through the windows, casting golden glints across kitchen surfaces. You step back from your task and let out a contented sigh. Perhaps it's due to the soothing quality of this place, or simply because Brother Edwin finally declares his pottage ready for tasting. The silence between bites is filled with satisfied nods from both you and Brother Edwin as flavors linger on your tongues, then slowly fade like wisps of smoke in an otherwise clear sky. After a few more spoonfuls, you feel the warmth spreading within, not just the meal itself, but also this quiet companionship that has woven its way into your daily rhythm. It's been some time since Brother Edwin handed you that first bowl, long enough for the initial enthusiasm to turn into genuine appreciation as each bite dissolves and refocuses your senses. You watch him, observing how he now tastes his own concoction with an almost wistful air, a quiet satisfaction in having created something delicious. The fire crackles on, its gentle song filling the space between you both, companionable silence, broken only by the occasional clinking of spoons against clay bowls, or the soft rustle of Brother Edwin's apron as he leans over to stir the cauldron once more. The chronicler's handwriting. Brother Edwin stirs the cauldron with a practiced ease, his apron rustling softly as he leans over to inspect the simmering brew within. The fire crackles on, its gentle song filling the space between you both, companionable silence, broken only by the occasional clinking of spoons against clay bowls, or the soft murmur of Brother Edwin's muttering to himself. You take a sip from your own bowl, the warmth spreading through your fingers as you cradle it in your hands. The flavors are familiar and comforting, a mix of herbs and spices that have been passed down for generations within these monastery walls. As you chew, you ponder the chronicler's latest transcription, an illuminated manuscript currently making its way around the scriptorium. Your gaze drifts to Brother Edwin as he inspects his own work, a look of concentration etched on his face. He sets aside his quill and ponders for a moment before reaching out with a soiled finger to touch the inked page. A small smudge appears beneath his fingernail, a tiny imperfection that would have been easily overlooked by anyone but him. The chronicler's handwriting is renowned throughout these halls, not just for its elegance or the beauty of the calligraphy, but also for its precision and clarity. His letters flow like water across the page, each line perfectly spaced to convey meaning without confusion. Yet today, amidst all this perfection, a small anomaly catches your eye. On one particular folio, dated 1223 by Brother Edwin's own hand, there is something peculiar about his script. The lines seem to waver ever so slightly, like ripples on the surface of a pond after a thrown stone has disturbed the calm waters above it. You squint closer, trying to discern what exactly is different from the surrounding text. Brother Edwin glances up as you catch his eye, your mutual gaze lingering for a moment before he returns to stirring the cauldron once more. He seems oblivious to any concern that might have crossed his face, but perhaps it was just a fleeting glance of annoyance at being disturbed while lost in thought. You wonder if this slight imperfection could be merely an anomaly born from Brother Edwin's intense focus, or whether there is something more significant hidden beneath the surface. Perhaps there has been some small discrepancy with the scribe who worked on the manuscript previously, though it doesn't appear to impact any of the written content in a major way. On your own folio, you notice that one line seems slightly taller than its neighbors. It's almost imperceptible at first glance, but becomes more pronounced as you tilt the page towards the light streaming through the small window above Brother Edwin's head. The text itself is still legible and clear, just a minor deviation from what would be considered perfect. These irregularities strike you not because of their sheer presence, which could easily have been dismissed by most readers. Rather, it's due to their placement within such an otherwise immaculate body of work. Even Brother Edwin, renowned for his exceptional skill with the quill and ink, seems affected in some way by this imperfection, or perhaps he just doesn't see anything out of the ordinary. The chronicler is known throughout these halls as a perfectionist, one who strives to leave nothing less than flawless on parchment. His dedication has earned him respect from all corners. Monks, scholars, and even the abbot himself look up to his handwork for its consistency and beauty. It's hard not to wonder whether this anomaly was intentional, or merely an oversight born of fatigue or distraction during a long day spent transcribing texts by candlelight. If it is indeed just an error, albeit an unusual one within Brother Edwin's body of work, there must be some reason behind why he chose to present it in the midst of so much precision. You turn your thoughts back to the manuscripts currently passing through the scriptorium, where you yourself have spent many hours poring over texts alongside other monks and scribes. It's a labor that requires patience, attention to detail, and dedication, qualities all shared by Brother Edwin as he carefully sets aside his quill for now. The silence returns, punctuated only by the sound of spoon against bowl or the steady crackle of the fire in its cauldron. The flickering shadows cast across walls seem almost alive today, twisting and morphing with each small movement within the room, the ever-changing dance between darkness and light that one becomes accustomed to as you pass the hours in these cloistered corridors. With your thoughts still drifting towards Brother Edwin's manuscript and its peculiar anomaly, a gentle voice breaks into this quiet reverie. The chronicler calls out across the scriptorium for his attention, announcing the arrival of another monk, someone who has been working on an accompanying text that must be checked for consistency with their own narrative. Your gaze follows to where Brother Edwin rises from his seat at the desk and ambles towards a corner table set aside specifically for receiving new manuscripts. His hands move deftly as he inspects each page before beginning his meticulous examination of every line, mark, or correction, an exacting process that demands great attention but also provides solace in its predictability. He invites the newcomer to join him at the table and take a seat beside their manuscript, opening it with care. As they discuss any concerns related to this incoming text, you return your focus to Brother Edwin's own work on the folio where those small imperfections appear, an irregularity that has stuck in your mind since noticing its peculiarities earlier. Brother Edwin returns to his desk once more after conferring over details with another scribe. His hands move with renewed purpose as he dips them into a nearby basin of water and carefully begins cleaning the ink from beneath his fingernail, making sure not to smudge or bleed any of the surrounding script in the process. The evening wears on day, succumbing slowly to twilight outside these monastery walls, casting long shadows that stretch across empty corridors. These dark spaces are illuminated only by candles flickering at irregular intervals and the faint glow emanating from windows high above, filtering down like a soft mist onto the polished stone floors below. Brother Edwin's own attention remains fixed on his work for now, delicately adjusting line after careful consideration of every tiny deviation in his otherwise flawless calligraphy, striving once more to achieve perfection within this art he has dedicated his life to mastering. The flickering candlelight dances across the stone floor of our scriptorium, casting a warm glow on Brother Edwin's hands as he carefully adjusts his quill. His eyes remain focused intently on the parchment stretched out before him, scrutinizing every tiny line and mark for any imperfection. The soft scratch of the nib against the vellum is almost soothing, like a gentle breeze rustling through reeds. In the silence of the early morning hours, only broken by the occasional hooting of an owl outside, Brother Edwin's hands move with deliberate slowness, poring over each intricate letter and swirling decoration. His brow furrows slightly as he pauses to review his work once more, a frown etched into his features before smoothing out again. To one side of him, Sister Alice is working on her own manuscript, laboriously illuminating the margins with delicate floral patterns in shades of blue and green that seem almost otherworldly. Her eyes are fixed intently on her task as she adds layer upon layer of transparent wash to achieve just the right effect, not too bright, not too dull. As I watch them both work, my own thoughts drift back to last night's evening meal, a simple but satisfying fare of pottage made from yesterday's vegetables and leftover bread. The flavors were hardly sophisticated, yet somehow they managed to be more delicious than anything we'd had in weeks past. Perhaps it was the way Sister Margaret expertly balanced salt and herbs to bring out just the right nuances. Or maybe it simply felt comforting after a long day of physical labor. Speaking of which, Brother Edwin's gaze has drifted upward now, his eyes scanning the room as if searching for something, though what that might be isn't entirely clear. His expression doesn't change, but there's a hint of tension around his mouth that suggests he's troubled by some concern or another. At about this time every morning, I usually start to make my way over to our refectory kitchen to help Brother Thomas prepare breakfast for the day ahead, porridge with honey, and perhaps some bread, if we're feeling particularly generous. Today is no exception, but as I rise from my stool and begin making my way across the room towards the door, I catch a glimpse of something that makes me pause. An empty chair near our main entrance has been pushed back, its wooden slats creaking softly against the stone floor. It looks like someone, or rather, some stranger, must have recently sat there. Our community is small enough that most faces are familiar to one another by now, and yet this face. I can almost recall it from memory. A rugged jawline, untidy hair of brownish hue, and an air about him as if he's perpetually lost in thought. Last night at Compline, when our evening prayers were finished, Brother Edwin did mention that there'd been another unexpected visitor waiting outside our gates come sundown, this time earlier than his previous appearances. Our guest is not one to announce himself with fanfare or grand ceremony, instead preferring the more understated approach of simply showing up without warning. While some might view this as an affront, I've always found Brother Edwin's nonchalant attitude towards these visits rather admirable. He seems almost intrigued by them. Perhaps it's because we rarely get strangers here in our little corner of the world. Or maybe there really is something peculiar about this individual that has piqued his interest. Whatever the reason may be, I'm reminded now as I look at the empty chair how Brother Edwin's usually measured demeanor can sometimes slip into a slightly more animated, even wryly amused expression when discussing these nocturnal callers of ours. This morning is no different, though he gives me only a brief nod before returning his attention to his work. There's an air about him that suggests he's still pondering the enigma at hand. It occurs to me now as I stand here watching Brother Edwin labor over every detail with such dedication. How very little we actually know about this mysterious individual who keeps appearing outside our gates in the early hours. Is it his habit or some peculiar compulsion? Does he come seeking solace from a world beyond our monastery walls, one he perhaps feels unable to share openly within them? Questions swirl through my mind as I make my way towards Brother Thomas's kitchen, but they're more speculative than anything. After all, until we hear the actual story behind his visits and their purpose. Well, then these remain mere theories rather than established facts. Now that I'm closer to our refectory kitchen, the aroma of baking bread wafts through the air, reminding me it's almost time for breakfast. Brother Thomas is already busy at work, expertly flipping a batch of flatbread onto the hearthstone as Sister Margaret looks on with an eager expression. "You'll be wanting some more honey from the storehouse this morning," she asks him gently, and I catch his nod just before he responds in a low tone that their conversation remains hushed. As I take my place beside them to help prepare breakfast, Brother Edwin's quill continues its steady scratch across the parchment behind me, while Sister Allie's adds another intricate pattern to her manuscript with delicate precision. Their work is not dissimilar from mine, as they strive for perfection in every line and decoration. So too do I aim for exactitude when preparing this morning's meal. Even if we don't fully understand why a stranger chooses our monastery each dawn, their presence does seem somewhat reassuring. Perhaps it's because Brother Edwin's calm demeanor suggests he views these nocturnal visitors as an intriguing puzzle, rather than any source of concern. Whatever the reason may be, I do know that after this morning's breakfast is over and everyone has finished eating, we'll need to divide among ourselves the chores for today. Some will attend to gardening duties while others focus on copying manuscripts or performing various other tasks. Meanwhile, Brother Edwin remains intent upon his work, as if hoping to unravel some hidden secret from within its carefully crafted lines, though what that might be I'm still unsure. As breakfast is finished and we begin our morning routine, the sun rises higher outside, casting a warm glow across our courtyard. Yet my gaze finds itself drawn back towards that empty chair near the entrance. It seems as though no one has touched it since last night. The air around its wooden slats appears almost expectant. The wooden latticework of the chapel's confessional booth stands tall and unblemished, its intricate carvings still sharp despite years of use. It seems as though no one has touched it since last night. The air around its wooden slats appears almost unbreathed. You walk in on a typical morning at St. Giles Monastery, nothing out of the ordinary to report. Brother Edwin is already up, his voice carrying from the scriptorium as he copies illuminated letters onto vellum. The sound of quills scratching against parchment fills the air, punctuated by the occasional thump of Brother Edwin's feet on the stone floor. You make your way through the corridors, passing by the chapel where Mass is about to begin. The scent of incense wafts out into the hallway, mingling with the faint smell of dampness that clings to every corner of this ancient building. You catch a glimpse of Brother Thomas's robes fluttering as he hurries past you in the opposite direction. Your destination is the monastery kitchen, where Sister Margaret and her team are preparing breakfast for the community. The air inside is thick with the aroma of baking bread, not just any ordinary bread, but the dense, heavy loaves that will be served to sustain the monks throughout their day. You watch as Sister Margaret expertly slices a freshly baked loaf, releasing puffs of warm steam into the cool morning air. The kitchen itself is a flurry of activity. Pots clatter against one another on the stoves, while Brother Andrew busies himself stirring great vats of porridge over an open flame. The sound of sizzling meat carries from the adjacent room where Sister Ursula and her team are preparing the day's protein, usually salted bacon or dried fish. You take a seat at the long wooden table in the center of the kitchen, running your fingers over the intricate carvings etched into its surface. These tables have borne witness to countless meals shared among the monks and countless conversations. In fact, if you were to listen closely, you might pick up snippets of discussion carried on through the day. Debates about scripture, discussions on monastic law, or simply gossip exchanged in hushed tones. The kitchen's resident cook, Sister Margaret, notices your arrival and beckons you over with a flour-dusted hand. She ladles a generous helping of porridge onto your plate, slightly lumpy due to Brother Andrew's less-than-steady spoonwork, along with a slice of bread slathered in honey from the monastery beehives. You take your first bite, and the combination explodes on your tongue. The sweetness of the honey balances perfectly against the earthy flavor of the porridge. As you eat, Sister Margaret begins to chat about her latest experiment with preserving fruit, an endeavor that has seen her wrestling with vinegar-stained hands for hours on end. Her words are interrupted by a gentle clinking sound from across the kitchen. Brother Andrew is struggling to free his apron strings from their ties. This usually quiet operation now resembles something akin to acrobatics, as he tugs and pulls at the offending straps in an effort to loosen them. Sister Margaret shoots him a knowing look before turning back to you. Once again, Brother Andrew's struggles are interrupted, this time by the arrival of Abbot Edwin himself. He stands tall amidst the bustle, surveying his domain with an air both commanding and paternal. His eyes rove over the kitchen staff at work, nodding in approval as he takes in the morning's preparations. Abbot Edwin pauses beside you for a moment before moving on to inspect Brother Andrew's apron, which is still stubbornly resistant to release. He offers some words of encouragement, coupled with an elegant flourish that sends the offending strap flying free from its tangled bonds. As Abbot Edwin continues his rounds, Sister Margaret takes advantage of the brief respite in conversation to steer the discussion towards her own project, a comprehensive guide to maintaining cleanliness within the monastery walls. She mentions something about using vinegar and herbs to keep clothes smelling fresh, an assertion that Brother Andrew quickly disputes with a raised eyebrow. "You're not suggesting we bathe daily, sister?" he asks, incredulous. "Not exactly," she replies with a wry smile, "though perhaps twice weekly might be feasible for some of us." The conversation drifts from there, veering into discussions about the merits of individual versus communal bathing, an issue that seems almost as contentious among these brothers and sisters as it does outside the monastery walls. As you watch them debate, your gaze falls upon a small collection of tools laid out on a nearby bench. Among them, a wooden-handled brush with bristles stiffened by beeswax, a smaller container filled with an off-white powder which seems to be some sort of makeshift soap, and rather curiously, what looks like half a sponge. Sister Margaret notices your interest in these items and leans over to explain their purpose. Ah, yes, she says matter-of-factly, we use those for personal cleaning. You raise an eyebrow at this understatement, though Sister Margaret's expression suggests that she means it entirely seriously. The kitchen staff continue working as the morning wears on, Brother Andrew now scrubbing away with renewed vigor at a particularly stubborn pot, Abbot Edwin inspecting another batch of loaves fresh from the oven. Their industry is both soothing and mesmerizing in its own right, much like watching honey flow from an overturned beehive. Just then, Sister Ursula appears at your elbow, her hands wrapped around a small clay jug filled with murky liquid, which she proceeds to pour liberally into a waiting bucket of water. She motions towards the bucket, gesturing for you to take in its contents. You lift the lid of the bucket and peer inside, expecting to see a mess of splattered ink or scattered parchment scraps. Instead, you're met with an array of neatly folded pages, each one identical in shape but varying in color from creamy white to deep sepia. The cellarer, Brother Edwin, hovers over your shoulder, his eyes gleaming with a hint of curiosity as he surveys the contents of the bucket. Lost pages, he says matter-of-factly, his voice dripping with an air of nonchalance that hints at years spent handling dusty manuscripts and worn leather bindings. You wonder how many times you've heard Brother Edwin mention lost pages over the course of your time here in the monastery's scriptorium. Dozens. Hundreds. It feels like a never-ending stream of missing parchment, each instance prompting another round of fruitless searches through cramped storage rooms and dusty shelves. As you begin to carefully lift out individual pages from the bucket, you notice that some bear faint notations or creased marks, while others appear pristine and untouched. The one on top, a bright yellow sheet with an irregular edge, has what looks like a hastily scrawled note in the margin, but when you bring it closer for inspection, you realize it's just a doodle of two crossed quills surrounded by tiny circles. Brother Edwin leans over your shoulder once more. Ah, yes. Brother Godric was known to have a playful streak. He says with an air of indulgence that suggests the scribbler might be someone not entirely trusted around delicate manuscripts. You continue sorting through the pages, some of which appear worn almost translucent in places. There's one sheet sporting what looks like water damage. A corner is curled up and brown-rimmed, as if it spent too many years in the monsoon season outside. Another has an uneven border on one edge, suggesting someone got sloppy with their trimming. You're about to ask Brother Edwin which of these pages was actually lost, when you spot something peculiar amidst all this disorganized chaos. A single page is folded back along its spine, tucked into itself like a letter in an envelope. You gently pry it open and peer inside, only to find another page nestled within. Brother Edwin notices your confusion and offers an explanation that's equal parts cryptic and reassuring. Some of our scribes have been known to write on both sides of pages for the sake of efficiency, but this one seems particularly curious. He pauses, examining it with a close eye before adding, "We might need someone skilled in manuscript repair to take another look at this." As you continue sorting through the bucket's contents, now numbering around 24 individual sheets, you can't help but wonder how many more secrets are hidden among these scraps of parchment. Were they lost truly or merely misplaced? Did some mischievous scribe intentionally stash them here for safekeeping? The cellarer, seemingly accustomed to such ponderings, leans against the nearby bookshelf and watches as you work with a quiet attentiveness that says he's happy just being in the presence of this dusty manuscript chaos. One page catches your eye, a sheet sporting an uneven edge on one side, partially torn from another. Brother Edwin notices it too, but his expression holds no particular surprise, merely a gentle nod when asked if you'd like to take care of that one yourself. You carefully separate the detached fragment and begin tracing its faint edges with a finger. After what feels like hours spent immersed in parchment dust, your fingers start to itch from handling all these delicate pages. Brother Edwin notices this too and suggests it's time for a break, or rather, an opportunity to take care of more pressing tasks. He leads you out into the nearby courtyard, where fresh air carries with it the scent of damp earth and drying herbs. As you step under the open sky, you can't help but notice how starkly different this space is from the cramped scriptorium, even on a cloudy day like today when sunlight struggles to reach past the surrounding walls. Instead, there's an almost eerie stillness, interrupted only by the soft chirping of birds in the trees and distant murmurs from within the monastery proper. Your gaze drifts toward the towering stone facade nearby, the same section of wall bearing what you recall Brother Edwin mentioning earlier, a date. He pointed it out as particularly suspect during one of your previous conversations about potential historical inconsistencies within these walls. With nothing pressing on your schedule, save for perhaps finding someone to discuss that intriguing manuscript repair request with, you find yourself strolling toward the monastery's entrance hall, where this curious stone is embedded into its facade. You approach the entrance hall of your monastery, its stone walls bearing witness to centuries of quiet devotion. The morning sunlight filters through the narrow windows above you, casting an intricate pattern on the floor as it illuminates a faint patchwork of dust and sandalwood polish. Your footsteps echo off the vaulted ceiling as you make your way toward the curious stone embedded into the facade, its worn surface almost hidden by a tangle of overgrown vines. The air is thick with the scent of damp earth, old parchment, and something faintly sweet, possibly the lingering aroma of yesterday's bread wafting from the kitchen. As you draw closer to the stone, its weathered texture becomes more apparent. Etched lines crisscross its surface like fine calligraphy on a well-worn scroll. A few wisps of ivy still cling tenaciously to crevices and cracks, giving the impression that this stone has been absorbed into the very fabric of the building. You recognize Brother Edwin's neat handiwork in the nearby corner. His meticulous arrangement of potted herbs, rosemary for remembrance, thyme for courage, arranged with a precision usually reserved for sacred rituals. His care is evident even from across the hall. No doubt he's been tending to these plants as diligently as ever. Beyond Brother Edwin's herbery lies the entrance itself. Two sturdy wooden doors adorned with iron hinges and latches that creak in harmony when pushed open, allowing a gentle breeze to carry whispers of morning prayers drifting from within. The air inside is thick with anticipation, or perhaps it's just the accumulated scent of incense wafting through the corridors. You push one of the doors wide enough for yourself, noting how sunlight casts an even more dramatic pattern on the stone floor now that you've gained access to its interior. Your footsteps resound once more as you step across the threshold into a world where shadows are already softening with the growing light of day. A few early risers, Brother Felix and two younger monks from your choir, can be seen gathered near the chapel, engaged in hushed conversation that's impossible to decipher without eavesdropping. Their eyes flicker toward you briefly before focusing on their discussion once more, each acknowledging your presence with a gentle inclination of the head. Your gaze drifts away from these fellow brethren and settles upon the stone embedded into the facade, now closer than it was outside due to the reduced distance between the entrance hall's interior and its exterior. You take in its intricacies for the first time. Minute markings etched within, almost invisible patterns of lines that resemble a cryptic language or perhaps just a decorative motif. It strikes you as unusual that Brother Edwin has chosen this particular stone for such close attention, even more so given his tendency to dedicate himself wholeheartedly to one task at a time. Perhaps the intricacies hidden in its surface hold some significance, though it eludes your understanding for now. A soft voice breaks into your contemplation. Ah, Brother Thomas, we've been expecting you. You turn toward the abbot's quarters located near the chapel entrance, recognizable by its slightly raised floor and elegant wooden paneling adorned with faint depictions of biblical scenes. The door to his chambers is ajar. He beckons you in. Your heart settles into an easy rhythm as you step inside, recognizing this summons as more than routine protocol for receiving guests or delivering messages. You're led toward the abbot's chair, always positioned opposite the window where afternoon sunlight brings warmth and light, noticing how Brother Edwin seems to be discreetly observing from a distance, without appearing overly interested. The air within is fragrant with incense, subtly complemented by hints of fresh bread still wafting from outside. The scent creates an odd sense of disconnection between what you're about to discuss, you can't quite put your finger on it, and the present moment. Your thoughts grow slightly muddled as the abbot's gentle yet weighty words sink in. Brother Thomas, I trust you've been observing our brotherhood with a keen eye lately. We have matters that require particular attention. His tone is measured but unmistakably serious. There's an undercurrent of tension beneath his usual calm demeanor. Your training tells you to sit attentively and await instructions, though your curiosity about the stone embedded in the facade remains, waiting patiently for its moment. The silence between the abbot's words hangs heavy like a promise yet unspoken, while Brother Edwin stands discreetly by the door with an air of knowing anticipation that leaves you wondering what exactly is at stake. You feel yourself settling into the familiar rhythm of being summoned, awaiting instruction and guidance from those in authority, but today there seems to be something more. Beneath it all, the sun beats down on the stone floor of our scriptorium, casting a warm glow over the rows of desks where monks like you and I sit hunched over our work. The air is thick with the scent of parchment and ink, a smell that's as familiar to me as the taste of bread on my tongue. You've been summoned here today for an impromptu meeting with Brother Edwin, the senior member of our order who oversees all matters related to agriculture and supplies. As you make your way through the scriptorium, the soft scratch of quills on parchment creates a soothing background noise that's almost like music. Had it not been so repetitive over the years, I think some might find it truly beautiful. The meeting takes place in Brother Edwin's small office, tucked away near the north wall. You push open the door and step inside, where the scent of old books and mildew assaults your senses. The dim light within casts deep shadows on the walls, making you squint for a moment before your eyes adjust to the gloom. Brother Edwin sits behind his desk, sipping from a small cup, doubtless ale or posset, something to calm the nerves after years of dealing with crop failures and livestock diseases. He looks up at you as you enter, his expression serious but not unkind. "Ah, brother," he says, checking the parchment on his desk for your name. "You're here about the meeting I called." He gestures for you to take a seat, which you do with a quiet rustle of fabric against stone floor, a sound that echoes through our halls countless times each day without ever seeming out of place. As you sit down, Brother Edwin leans forward on his elbows and says, "We've received word from the bishop's man in Rouen. Droughts are spreading across the countryside like wildfire. I'm told some villages have already seen their crops wither away to nothing within weeks." He pauses for a moment, studying your expression as if searching for signs of panic, or perhaps reassurance that you're prepared to face whatever lies ahead. Crops failing, you think back on all those long hours spent tending the fields outside our walls, hand hoeing, planting seeds, pruning vines. What would happen without rain? How does this affect us? Brother Edwin leans back in his chair and steepled his fingers together, a faint scent of wood polish rising from the desk as he gestures with one hand. "We'll be fine for now," he says quietly, "but the supplies we've stockpiled might not last forever. We need to consider rationing food if things don't change soon." He pushes aside a parchment scroll on his desk and reveals a small collection of dried herbs, thyme, rosemary, sage, our gardener's usual assortment for medicinal purposes. "We're also going to start using more unusual sources," Brother Edwin continues. "I'm told some of the older monks remember an herbalist who lived nearby many years ago. He might have left behind recipes or advice on how to make do with what little we have." Brother Edwin's eyes flicker towards you, searching for signs that this new information has sunk in. "This isn't exactly a secret," he adds after a moment of expectant silence. "We've been experimenting already, though discreetly, as one would with any experimental approach to farming or cooking." He pauses once more and then leans forward slightly. "Brother Thomas from the infirmary says that if we mix some dried mint into our soup, it makes a difference." There is an awkward pause after this statement, during which time you might notice that Brother Edwin's eyes appear a little strained, perhaps due to years of dealing with problems beyond his control or possibly just the dry air in this small office. The flickering candlelight near his elbow casts shadows across his face like wisps of spider silk. The sound of pages rustling and footsteps echoing down the corridor outside breaks into your reverie, signaling that someone else has been summoned to Brother Edwin's meeting. You can't help but wonder who it might be or what their role is in all this. As the new arrival enters and takes a seat beside you, there follows an uncomfortable lull while everyone tries to focus on the task at hand. Then, without much ado, the conversation begins anew. Questions about rationing food, where additional supplies can be found, and which crops might stand some chance of growing despite this merciless drought. These meetings often go on for hours. So many small details need discussing when lives are hanging in the balance like this, but today's session feels more rushed than usual. Perhaps it's because you know that every passing day brings new challenges to face. Perhaps Brother Edwin senses something amiss too and is trying not to waste time. As one of those gathered around the table, your thoughts start drifting towards all those fields outside our walls, empty and parched, a sight both haunting and familiar. What if the rains don't come back? The flickering candles cast eerie shadows on Brother Edwin's cell walls as he pondered the weight of his doubts. What if the rains don't come back? The thought had been plaguing him for weeks, ever since the spring's promised showers failed to materialize. He stood at the small window, gazing out into the parched landscape, where usually green fields now withered under a dull gray sky. His hands absently fidgeted with the worn wooden beads of his prayer rope as he contemplated the consequences. The monasteries relied on the rains for irrigation. Without them, crops would wither and die, leaving the monks to face another lean season. Brother Edwin's own family had struggled through such times when he was young, memories that still lingered in his mind like a faint scent of smoke. As he stood there, lost in thought, he noticed something peculiar on the stone wall near the window, an inscription that seemed out of place among the usual devotional sayings and dates. He squinted at it, his eyes adjusting to the dim light, the words archives of old etched into a small recess. Curiosity getting the better of him, Brother Edwin carefully made his way across the cell to investigate further. The inscription seemed almost an afterthought amidst other, more solemn messages. Pleas for divine intervention, thanksgiving prayers, and the occasional warning about straying from one's vows. He reached out with trembling fingers to touch the faded letters. Archives of old, a phrase that sent a shiver down his spine. Brother Edwin had heard whispers among the elder monks about hidden repositories deep within the monastery walls, secret vaults where ancient texts, scrolls, and relics were stored away for safekeeping. What if this inscription was more than just a haphazard graffiti? Perhaps it hinted at something far more significant. Brother Edwin carefully made his way to the scriptorium, seeking guidance from Brother Thomas, who oversaw the monastery's vast collection of manuscripts. The elder monk sat amidst shelves upon shelves of parchment and ink-stained quills, his eyes squinting as he read through a worn copy of the Gospels. "What brings you here, Brother Edwin?" he asked without looking up, voice laced with gentle curiosity. Brother Edwin hesitated before pointing out the inscription on the wall. "I found it near my cell," he said quietly, trying to gauge Brother Thomas's reaction. The older monk's gaze wandered from the page to meet his eyes, a fleeting look of interest that vanished as quickly as it appeared. "Ah, yes. Archives of old," Brother Thomas murmured, turning back to his task without elaboration. "Just an old phrase, really." Brother Edwin sensed he had stumbled upon something, but what? The weight of the elder monk's silence hung in the air like a faint scent of smoke on the wind. Days passed and the inscriptions remained unchanged, a small enigma amidst the daily routines of chores, meals, and prayer. Brother Edwin found himself lost in thought more often than not, wondering about those hidden archives, speculating what they might contain. Ancient texts bound with worn leather straps, yellowed scrolls unrolled for centuries. Perhaps even relics that could shed new light on their faith. As he went about his duties, serving at meals, assisting the abbot during services, copying manuscripts by hand, Brother Edwin couldn't shake off a sense of restlessness. He felt like he stood at the edge of something momentous, but it remained just out of reach. During one particularly sweltering afternoon, as he helped to mix a batch of pottage in the kitchen, Sister Margaret leaned over and whispered, Brother Edwin, what do you think about this rain business? Her voice carried on the air like a wispy tendril of smoke, almost imperceptible but unmistakable. He glanced around at their fellow monks engaged in various tasks nearby. A few were engrossed in lively conversation. Others merely nodded or listened with rapt attention as if every word was weighty scripture. Brother Edwin settled for a noncommittal shrug and an enigmatic smile, something he'd learned from the countless hours spent among his brothers. When Sister Margaret left to fetch more herbs for the pottage, Brother Edwin allowed himself another fleeting glance at the inscription on the wall near his cell window. He squinted against the faint light, wondering if any new details had emerged. But they remained the same, faded words that seemed almost an afterthought amidst other messages etched into stone. As the sun set over the parched landscape, a fiery glow casting long shadows across Brother Edwin's small room, he settled onto his pallet with his back against the wall, cradling his knees in contemplation. Sleep eluded him once more as thoughts of the archives lingered, those unknown scrolls hidden away for safekeeping. Or perhaps even discarded. His gaze drifted to a nearby candle, its flame dancing like an insect trapped within glass. Shadows cast by the flickering light danced across Brother Edwin's face, shadows that told stories he knew all too well. Perhaps it was nothing more than idle speculation. Perhaps those archives were mere myth born from whispered tales and overactive imaginations. But what if? A phrase that echoed through his mind like a faint melody on an autumn breeze, carrying with it the promise of secrets yet to be revealed. The worn stone walls of our monastery seemed to absorb the faint light of dawn, surrendering it back to the darkness as if reluctant to let go of night's peaceful slumber. You stood in the chapel, listening to Brother Edwin's soft recitation of morning prayers, his voice a gentle hum that vibrated through your chest like the quiet thrumming of a harp string. As you listened, your gaze drifted towards the north window, where a sliver of light crept in, casting an ethereal glow on the stone floor. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and old parchment, the familiar aroma that clung to our monastery like a well-worn cloak. Brother Edwin's words wove a subtle spell around you, drawing your attention back to his voice as he intoned the litany. You felt a shiver run down your spine as the cold air from outside seeped in through the narrow windows, carrying with it whispers of frost and winter's chill. The wind outside stirred the leaves of the nearby birch tree, its delicate branches swaying like skeletal fingers against the gray sky. Brother Edwin's voice paused for a moment as he reached the end of the prayers, and an expectant hush fell over the chapel. In this stillness, your thoughts began to wander, as they often did in these quiet moments before dawn broke fully over our monastery. Your mind meandered back to the mysterious phrase that had been echoing through your head for days. What if? A question that refused to take shape or form, but persisted nonetheless like a gentle itch on the surface of your consciousness. You recalled Brother Edwin's words from the previous evening, his cryptic warning about an error in the monastery's chronicle. He spoke of a discrepancy between the recorded dates and what might be inscribed on the stones themselves. The phrase, "what if," had been nagging at you ever since, refusing to let go. As you stood there lost in thought, Brother Edwin finished his prayers and began to lead the choir through a soft rendition of matins. Your footsteps carried you towards the sacristy, where the scent of old incense still lingered, a reminder of last night's vespers. The air inside was stale, heavy with the weight of yesterday's smoke. In your mind's eye, you pictured Brother Edwin standing in front of the great stone calendar that adorned one wall of the chapel. His hands would be tracing the intricate carvings as he spoke about the error, his voice low and measured, like a river flowing over smooth stones. You remembered how his words had seemed almost dismissive, yet tinged with an undercurrent of unease. You recalled, too, the date inscribed on that stone outside Brother Edwin's cell, 1323. The year our monastery was founded. Yet, according to the chronicle, it should be later, much later. A discrepancy so minor most would never have noticed, but one that seemed significant in light of the cryptic phrase, "what if," which continued to haunt you. Your footsteps carried on through the darkness, echoing off the cold stone walls as you made your way towards the scriptorium. The flickering candles within cast eerie shadows on the walls, making it seem as though Brother Edwin's ghostly form was still reciting prayers by your side. You felt a shiver run down your spine at this thought. As you entered the scriptorium, the musty scent of old parchment enveloped you, like the worn pages of an ancient tome come to life in your nostrils. The air inside was thick with dust and the faint tang of ink. Brother Edwin's voice seemed distant now, muffled by the walls as he moved on to lead the choir through another part of their morning routine. You slipped into a chair at one of the wooden desks, running your fingers over the grooved surface where countless monks had sat before you, each leaving behind a trail of dust and whispered secrets. Your eyes wandered towards Brother Edwin's latest work, an illuminated manuscript that lay open on his desk like a patient flower waiting to be watered. The intricate lettering seemed almost alive in the dim light, with tiny flourishes dancing across the page as if trying to capture some elusive essence within its borders. You remembered how he would spend hours poring over each line, coaxing hidden meaning from the ink and parchment, his fingers moving like a conductor's baton guiding an orchestra of whispers through the silence. Your gaze drifted towards the calendar that adorned one wall of the scriptorium, a series of intricate stone carvings depicting the months of the year. Each face wore an expression both solemn and serene, as if they were watching over you with quiet vigilance. Your eyes lingered on April's countenance. Her smile seemed especially gentle in this faint light. The silence within was almost palpable now, punctuated only by the soft creaks and groans of old wooden joints shifting beneath your weight. It felt like a pause between breaths, as if time itself had drawn back to hold its own quiet thought before exhaling once more into our daily lives. You were suspended in this moment, lost within the labyrinthine corridors of memory, searching for some elusive thread that might unravel the tangled web of questions and doubts. In this peaceful stillness, your thoughts began to unwind like a ball of twine slowly unwinding its knots. The gentle hum of Brother Edwin's voice receded into the distance as you found yourself slipping into a reverie, lost in the world of half-forgotten memories, dusty chronicles, and whispered secrets. As the darkness outside seemed to press in closer around our monastery, it felt like an immense weight had settled upon your shoulders. Not just physical, for the day would bring its own load of labor and duties, but mental too, a burden born from trying to make sense of a puzzle that refused to reveal itself fully. Your mind struggled to keep pace with the whispers in the darkness, as if it were searching for some hidden harmony between the stone walls and the shadows within. And so you stood there, suspended amidst this quiet tumult, torn between your duties, Brother Edwin's warning, and the insistent whisper of what if that echoed through your mind like a distant melody carried on autumn winds. As you stood there, suspended amidst this quiet tumult, torn between your duties, Brother Edwin's warning, and the insistent whisper of what if that echoed through your mind like a distant melody carried on autumn winds, the creaking wooden beams above seemed to groan in sympathy, their soft complaints blending with the gentle rustle of leaves outside. The warm glow of candles cast flickering shadows across the stone floor, casting an eerie stillness over the scene. Your gaze drifted towards the parchment scattered about your workbench, scraps of which fluttered lazily like autumnal butterflies as you pondered the enigmatic date scribbled in Brother Edwin's hasty handwriting, 1154. It was a year many monks would have scoffed at, a time before the Great Conquest, when Normans and Saxons still clashed on England's battlefields. Yet something nagged within your mind, whispering that perhaps this stone's inscription might be more correct than initially thought. You sighed softly as you gathered up the parchment scraps, feeling the familiar weight of responsibility settle about your shoulders once more. The day's duties beckoned, prayers to lead, books to copy, and gardens to tend, but for now it was enough simply to breathe in the musty scent wafting from the old stone walls. With a quiet yawn, you stood up, stretching towards the vaulted ceiling as if seeking some sort of solace among the wooden beams. The soft creaks and groans seemed almost human then, like an elderly monk complaining about his own infirmities. Your eyes wandered to Brother Edwin's workbench across the room, where a scattering of tools lay abandoned amidst half-finished projects. A small inscription on one nearby stone caught your eye, "The Lord hath brought order out of chaos." It was a phrase often repeated during prayers, yet as you pondered its meaning, something within you shifted like a single pebble nudged from the edge of a great pond. Perhaps it wasn't just about God's will or human endeavors. Perhaps it was about how one looked at things. Your reverie was broken by Brother Edwin himself, his weathered face etched with concern as he approached your workbench. Still puzzling over that date, he asked in his usual straightforward manner. His deep voice rumbled through the quiet space like a distant thunderstorm on a summer's day. You shook your head, trying to clear the cobwebs from your mind. Just wondering if perhaps it might be true. Brother Edwin raised an eyebrow, an expression almost akin to puzzlement itself. "What makes you think so?" he asked in his usual gentle but firm tone. The question hung in the air like a challenge laid before a fledgling monk, and for a moment, neither of you spoke as the silence between them seemed to expand into something more substantial, as if each word was being weighed on a balance scale. Finally, Brother Edwin leaned against your workbench, folding his arms across his chest. "It's not just that date, is it?" he asked softly, his voice now tinged with a hint of understanding. "You're wondering what we've done to the land since then." The words hung in the air like wisps of smoke on an autumn breeze, unmoored and without direction. You nodded slowly, feeling your thoughts untangle as if pulled from their moorings by some unseen force. As Brother Edwin spoke, his eyes clouded over with memories both good and bad. Battles won, lands seized, cities rebuilt. The Normans' relentless drive for power had carved a new landscape, leaving behind scarred earth, uprooted trees, and shattered lives in its wake. Yet amidst the destruction, something else stirred within you, an inkling that perhaps there was more to this story than mere conquests or petty squabbles. The hours drifted by as Brother Edwin spoke of the tumultuous years following 1066, battles fought on England's battlefields, great estates carved out from conquered lands, and new settlements springing up like shoots after a winter's snow. His words wove together into an intricate tapestry, though one where individual threads sometimes frayed or became tangled. As dusk began to fall, the candle's gentle flames danced across Brother Edwin's weathered face, casting shadows that made him seem almost otherworldly. It was not just about power, he said softly, as if sharing a secret only known by those within earshot, but also about people. Your gaze drifted towards the half-finished book lying on your workbench, its pages blank except for scattered scraps of parchment holding fragments of some long-lost tale. In this quiet moment, something stirred within you, an understanding that perhaps it wasn't just about dates or battles. Perhaps it was about how each person, be they a conqueror or a vanquished, left their mark upon the world. The evening air outside grew cooler as day gave way to night's soft whispers. Shadows deepened across Brother Edwin's face, making his eyes seem almost ancient and wise. He stood there for what felt like an eternity, lost in thought as if trying to grasp some elusive thread within the tapestry of time itself. In this stillness you sensed something else, a slow realization that perhaps history was not just about grand events but also about the small things, how people lived, laughed, and loved, how they built their homes and tilled their fields. And it was in these quiet moments, lost amidst the whispers of past battles, when one might discover hidden truths about themselves. Your thoughts were interrupted by a faint rustling outside, perhaps just the wind or possibly some nocturnal creature seeking shelter from the night's chill. The sound blended with the soft creaking beams above and Brother Edwin's occasional sighs as he stood there lost in contemplation. You felt your eyelids growing heavy, weighed down by the gentle tedium of another day passed amidst dusty tomes and murmuring monks. Your breathing slowed, entwining itself with the rhythm of candles flickering across the stone floor, their soft dance and accompaniment only known by those present within these quiet walls. And so you stood there, suspended as ever amidst this meditative tumult, torn between your duties, Brother Edwin's warning, and that insistent whisper echoing through your mind like a forgotten melody on autumn winds. What if? You stood there for a while longer, frozen like a statue amidst the gentle bustle of morning prayers. Brother Edwin's stern warning still lingered in your mind, but it was slowly being pushed aside by an even more insistent and persistent question. What if? What if that stone inscription on the wall, dated to 1347, actually told the truth? What if everything you'd been taught about your order's history, its founding fathers, and its glorious deeds was nothing more than a carefully constructed web of lies? The soft chanting of the monks drifted through the air like mist, growing fainter, as you focused on the small details that had sparked this sudden unease. The worn stone beneath your feet felt cool to the touch, rough against the soles of your sandals. You could smell the damp earth and the distant hint of decay from the compost heap in the garden. It was a scent that always seemed out of place among the monastery's more pleasant aromas, fresh bread baking in the oven, simmering stews on the fire, or the sweet tang of ripening apples. Your gaze wandered back to the stone inscription, half hidden amidst the intricate carvings above the chapel door. The date was etched into a crude but clear font, Agno Domini MCCCXLVII. Brother Edwin's words echoed in your mind once more, the warnings about spreading dissent and the importance of maintaining unity within the order. But what if you were right? What if, like some kind of monkish detective, you'd stumbled upon a truth that no one else had dared to question? As you stood there, lost in thought, the morning light began its slow creep across the chapel floor. Dust motes danced in sunbeams streaming through the narrow windows above, casting faint shadows on the stone beneath your feet. You remembered Brother Edwin's cryptic words, "The dates might be correct, but it doesn't mean everything else is." A chill crept down your spine as you realized just how carefully crafted this deception must have been. Your order had always presented itself as a bastion of truth and integrity, the very embodiment of Christian values. Oh, and yet, what if that was nothing more than an elaborate facade? Your mind wandered back to Brother Edwin, his lined face creasing with each successive warning. He'd always seemed so certain about these things, almost as though he knew secrets you didn't. But did you really believe him? Or were you just afraid of being wrong, of rocking the boat and attracting unwanted attention from those higher up in the order? You pushed aside this internal debate for now, focusing instead on the more pressing issue at hand, uncovering the truth. If that stone inscription was genuine, if it held some hidden secret or other vital piece of information about your order's past. It wasn't until you'd been standing there for what felt like an eternity that Brother Edwin himself appeared beside you, his eyes narrowing as he took in the look on your face. Still pondering the meaning behind those ancient stones, he asked softly, a faint hint of amusement dancing across his features. Brother Thomas has reminded me once more to keep our gaze fixed firmly on the present. The past is for scholars and theologians, not for us simple monks. You hesitated, unsure how much to reveal, or whether you should simply accept Edwin's warning at face value. But something held your tongue. Perhaps it was the quiet confidence that had begun to build within you since discovering that inscription. Perhaps it was the lingering doubt about everything you'd been taught up until now. "Let us proceed with our duties," Edwin said finally, his voice firm but not unkind. "Prayer service awaits, and after that I have assigned Brother Francis to assist you in preparing the garden for spring." As he turned away, you couldn't shake off the feeling that there was something more to this task than simply clearing weeds and planting seeds. Brother Francis himself arrived shortly afterwards, his long strides eating up the distance between you. His expression was pleasant but preoccupied, a hint of concern flickering beneath the surface as he took in your still troubled countenance. "Morning prayers are almost over," he said gently, breaking into the relative silence that had settled once more across the chapel floor. "Let us join our brothers and sisters for Mass." As you made your way towards the back of the chapel with Francis by your side, a faint sense of relief began to creep in, or perhaps it was just resignation. Whatever the case might be, one thing became increasingly clear. You had no choice but to put this new suspicion on hold until later. After all, as Brother Edwin would say. But that's when something caught your eye. At first glance, nothing seemed out of place amidst the rows of chanting monks and swaying candles, just another day in the life of a medieval monastery. Yet as you scanned the area more closely, one small detail began to stand out. An elderly brother sitting at the back of the chapel, his eyes fixed intently on some hidden point beyond the altar. There was something about this monk that struck you as different from those around him. Perhaps it was the way he kept glancing over his shoulder or fidgeting with a small piece of parchment in his hand. Whatever the reason, you found yourself drifting back towards Brother Edwin, who seemed oblivious to your sudden interest in their fellow cleric. Brother Thomas, you said softly, trying not to disturb those around them. What's going on with that brother at the back? Well, he seems rather uneasy. Edwin followed your gaze, and his expression darkened almost imperceptibly. For an instant, a fleeting moment of tension before it dissolved into mere blandness once more. I think he's just feeling anxious about tomorrow's confessions, Edwin said, not quite convincingly. But what if there was something more to this story? Something that Brother Thomas might be hiding from his fellow monks. You couldn't shake off the suspicion now. As you sit by the candlelit table in the scriptorium, surrounded by the faint scent of parchment and the soft scratch of quills on vellum, your mind continues to wander back to Brother Thomas's peculiar behavior. The flickering flame casts shadows on the walls as the wind stirs outside, carrying with it the distant sound of monks chanting their evening prayers in the abbey church. You lean forward, your elbows resting on the wooden table, and gently rub the worn surface with your fingers. The wood grain is smooth beneath your touch, a testament to years of use and wear by countless hands. Your gaze drifts around the room, taking in the rows of shelves lined with leather-bound books, their covers adorned with intricate gold tooling that glimmers softly in the candlelight. As you ponder Brother Thomas's secrets, your eyes land on a small stone lying discarded near his chair. It's an oddity, this forgotten pebble, and it catches your attention for some reason. You pick it up, feeling its cool surface beneath your fingers, and bring it closer to examine it more closely. The candlelight casts long shadows across the floor as you turn the stone over in your hand. This stone bears a date, Anno Domini 774. What if this is not just any ordinary pebble? What if Brother Thomas, or someone else entirely, deliberately chose to inscribe this small piece of rock with a specific date for a reason? You glance around the room once more, wondering if anyone has noticed your discovery. The scriptorium seems deserted now. Only the soft scratch of quills on vellum breaks the silence. The monks are busy elsewhere in the abbey, preparing for the night's vigils or retiring to their cells for prayer and contemplation. You're alone with your thoughts as you ponder the significance of this seemingly innocuous stone. As you continue to study the inscription, a faint memory stirs within you, the feeling of holding this same type of stone in Brother John's hand during an afternoon walk along the abbey's western wall. He had been lecturing about the importance of timekeeping and reckoning, emphasizing how these concepts were crucial for understanding God's divine plan. You recall now that he'd brought out a small pouch filled with stones like this one to illustrate his points. Each stone represented a specific year or date, carefully inscribed by Brother John himself using a mixture of Latin and crude drawings. He explained that the monastic community relied on precise timekeeping, not only for managing their daily schedules, but also for understanding celestial movements and calculating festivals. Brother Thomas's behavior began to make more sense in light of this recollection. Perhaps he was involved with Brother John, helping him create or maintain these stone chronicles. Or maybe there's something else entirely at play here, a hidden agenda or a secret purpose that only a select few knew about. Your mind whirls with questions as the soft scratching of quills continues to punctuate the silence. You take another glance around the scriptorium, noticing how it has grown quiet and still in the fading light. Candles cast eerie shadows on the walls now, their flames dancing precariously close to the edges of the wooden table. You gently set the stone back down near Brother Thomas's chair, leaving it there for him or whomever might find it next. Your thoughts continue drifting as you return your attention to the task at hand, copying a lengthy passage from Jerome's on pastoral care onto a new vellum sheet. The script flows smoothly beneath your quill as you concentrate on transferring the intricate letters and flourishes, losing yourself in the rhythm of pen scratching against parchment. Time seems to pass slowly now. Hours could have slipped by without your noticing them amidst this tranquil atmosphere. Your fingers move deftly across the paper, guided by long practice and dedication. You've lost all sense of self-consciousness about Brother Thomas's behavior or the mysterious stone as you immerse yourself in the simple task at hand. Evening wears on outside. Night air seeps into the scriptorium through cracks around the windows, carrying a faint scent of damp earth and leaves. Shadows deepen on the walls as the candles continue to cast their gentle light across the room. You work quietly for what feels like an eternity, your thoughts and doubts gradually receding with each scratch of quill against parchment. Eventually, you pause in your copying, looking up from the vellum sheet at the flickering candlelight dancing on the walls. Brother Thomas enters the scriptorium, his eyes scanning the room as he approaches the table where you've left the stone. He notices it immediately and pauses for a moment before picking it up. A faint smile plays across your lips. Did he deliberately leave this here? Was there something else at play all along? Your questions remain unanswered, but Brother Thomas seems to sense your curiosity as his gaze meets yours briefly over the top of the stone. His expression is inscrutable now, a mask of serenity hiding whatever thoughts might be churning beneath. You can't quite decipher whether he's relieved or perturbed by this latest development, and so you return to your copying with only a hint of curiosity lingering at the edges of your mind. The night wears on in silence. Monks retire for their evening vigils while Brother Thomas remains nearby, observing his fellow monks as they prepare for sleep. The scriptorium grows quiet once more except for the faint scratching of quills against parchment, an endless ebb and flow of movement that underscores the passing hours. Your hands continue to guide your pen with practiced ease, poring over intricate lettering on vellum sheets as Brother Thomas stands guard nearby, ever watchful. As you dip your quill into the inkwell, a soft splash echoes through the scriptorium's silence. Brother Thomas shifts his weight from one foot to the other, eyes fixed on some invisible point beyond the rows of desks. You continue to guide your pen with practiced ease, poring over intricate lettering on vellum sheets as he stands guard nearby, ever watchful. In this dimly lit room, where candles cast long shadows across the stone floor, Brother Edwin sits at a desk near the eastern window. His quill scratches out hasty lines, leaving faint trails of ink on the parchment. The wind stirs outside, rustling leaves against the windows and sending whispers through the scriptorium's narrow corridors. Your own work slows as you listen to the soft hum of Brother Edwin's scribbling. He is a man consumed by his thoughts, often oblivious to the world around him until someone reminds him of the passing hours or the cold draft creeping in from under the door. His hair, thinning at the crown, sticks out from beneath his hood like a sparse tuft on an autumn branch. You pause your writing and glance over at Brother Edwin's desk, where a small bowl holds scraps of fresh bread, its crust crumbling into a neat pile. A few crumbs have fallen onto the parchment, mingling with ink stains to create strange new patterns. You remember the day he brought this very same loaf from the kitchen, carefully slicing it in half and placing one piece on his desk as an offering to Saint Jerome. As you return your attention to your own work, a faint scratching noise catches your ear. Brother Edwin's quill has stopped moving for a moment, its tip hovering above the parchment like a bird poised on the edge of flight. The stillness lasts only an instant before he resumes writing with renewed intensity, his strokes bold and decisive. This is not unusual behavior from Brother Edwin. When immersed in a task, he often loses all sense of time or surroundings. His focus can be unnerving to those around him. Some brothers have whispered that he has the soul of a scholar monk who spent too many years poring over ancient texts by candlelight. You've seen it before. His eyes grow wide and distant as if beholding something only visible to himself, leaving you with an unsettling feeling that you're sharing a private joke. Your own thoughts wander back to Brother Edwin's peculiar habits, the way he hums softly when reading aloud from Scripture, or how often he forgets to eat during meals because his mind is elsewhere. His dedication to scholarship has made him somewhat of an enigma within the monastery walls. While respected for his learning and dedication, others find themselves perplexed by his detachment. Brother Edwin's scratching grows more erratic now. He pauses once again, this time setting down his quill as if startled from a dream. He rubs at his eyes with the back of one hand, it leaves a smudge on the parchment, but also catches your attention in that fleeting moment when you're focused intently on something else. The room's silence stretches out, heavy and deliberate. Brother Thomas shifts once more, ever vigilant. He glances briefly toward the eastern window before returning his gaze to some unseen point beyond the scriptorium's rows of desks. You continue writing, aware now that your quill moves in tandem with the quiet sounds outside, creaking wooden beams, distant wind whispers through trees. In the stillness, a faint sound carries from Brother Edwin's direction. He stirs his bread crumbs with one finger before pushing them to the edge of his desk. The movement breaks the spell. Brother Thomas takes a step closer as if drawn by some invisible thread. You glance up at him. He doesn't meet your eyes, but rather keeps scanning the room, ever watchful. Brother Edwin remains hunched over his parchment, hands now clasped together in front of him like two supplicants holding vigil. His eyes narrow into slits, with a faintly anxious look on his face, as if remembering some distant task or responsibility. He rises from his chair and heads toward the scriptorium's door. The air within seems to hold its breath. You realize that Brother Edwin hasn't left yet, but is merely standing by the doorway, lost in thought. The sound of your own writing creates an odd counterpoint. Each stroke echoes through the silence like a solitary heartbeat, steady and reassuring amidst the quiet uncertainty outside. As you continue working, Brother Thomas moves closer still, though not with any clear intention or purpose. His steps blend into the gentle rocking motion of creaking wooden beams. The air thickens as if awaiting some unspoken decision. Will he join Brother Edwin at the doorway? Will he stand guard here a little longer? It is in these uncertain moments that you realize how deeply intertwined your lives have become within this isolated community. Brother Edwin's gaze drifts back to his parchment. For an instant, it seems as if time itself has momentarily stuttered. But then, as suddenly as it began, everything resumes its familiar rhythm. Quills scratch out their patterns on parchment, wind stirs through the trees outside, and Brother Thomas remains steadfast at his post. You return your focus to your work, immersed once more in the intricate dance of lettering and illumination. The silence within becomes almost palpable. Each stroke echoes softly like a heartbeat until you grow lost in its steady cadence. As you write on into the quiet evening hours, a sudden stillness gathers around Brother Edwin's desk. His quill lies across the parchment, ink-smeared and idle. His chair is empty. You frown slightly as realization dawns. Where did he go? Brother Edwin walks slowly through the scriptorium, his footsteps quiet on the stone floor. The flickering candles cast eerie shadows on the walls as he makes his way to a nearby table where Brother Gregory has left some parchment and quills. You notice that Brother Gregory's writing desk is usually tidily arranged with inkwells, nibs, and scraps of papyrus in neat piles. However, today there seems to be an unusual scattering of papers on the floor around his chair, as if he had been working late into the night and then suddenly got up without bothering to clean up. As you bend down to pick up some scattered quills, your eyes land on a small piece of parchment caught under Brother Gregory's desk leg. You manage to dislodge it with a bit of effort, and upon unfolding it, find that it appears to be an incomplete letter written in haste, the script clumsy and uneven. The text reads, "Dearest fellow, I fear we have been compromised. The ciphers are no longer secure. The bishop's men are closing in on us. What if they discover our hidden writings? We must leave immediately." You frown slightly as realization dawns. Where did he go? You try to recall the events of the past few days, but your mind is a jumble. Brother Gregory was working late one night, and you distinctly remember him muttering something about needing more ink for his work. Brother Edwin glances over at you from across the room, raising an eyebrow as if sensing that something's amiss. He ambles over to where you're standing by the desk, peering down at the parchment in your hand. "What have we here?" he says softly, eyes narrowing slightly as he reads the scribbled text. You explain what happened, how Brother Gregory left his papers scattered, and this mysterious note caught under his chair. Edwin's expression remains neutral, but his brow furrows ever so slightly as if pondering something. The flickering candles cast shadows on the walls like a slow-moving dance, making it seem as though the scriptorium itself is growing darker by the minute. You can almost hear the weight of Brother Gregory's words bearing down upon you. What did he mean by compromised? And how could their ciphers be insecure? As Edwin carefully takes the parchment from your hand and begins to examine it more closely, his fingers brush against yours. The fleeting touch sends a slight shiver through both of you. Edwin looks up at Brother Francis, who's sitting nearby, intently scribbling away on some new text. "Brother Francis," he says quietly, not raising his voice above the scratching sound of quills on parchment. Have you seen anything unusual today? Francis pauses mid-stroke and squints slightly, as if trying to recall something. He shakes his head slowly. The library's always quiet around now, Edwin adds softly. Everyone's settling in for a long night. As he speaks, the fire crackling by the window takes on a more languid rhythm, an old log shifting gently against its grate like some slumbering creature awakening from a deep sleep. A faint draft stirs up dust motes dancing above Brother Edwin's head. Francis leans forward slightly in his chair, voice hushed as he begins to speak. I saw nothing unusual myself, he says quietly, but I did overhear the young novice talking about hidden passages behind some of our shelves. You raise an eyebrow at this revelation, you hadn't heard anything. The air inside seems to thicken for a moment, as if trying to remember something else. Edwin nods thoughtfully before returning his attention back to the parchment, on which he's now carefully transcribing Brother Gregory's cryptic message into proper script, quills scratching through ink onto papyrus like raindrops falling slow and steady on autumn leaves. The dim light of late afternoon spills through the narrow windows of our scriptorium, casting long shadows across the rows of wooden desks where Edwin and I sit. The soft scratch of quills on papyrus fills the air as we work on transcribing Brother Gregory's message into proper script. His words are always a puzzle to decipher, but Edwin seems to have a knack for it. As he carefully copies out the phrase omnis solumus in Dio, his eyes scan the parchment with an intensity that makes me wonder if he's truly grasping its meaning or merely trying to unravel the tangled threads of Brother Gregory's thoughts. The smell of ink and papyrus wafts through the air, a familiar scent that transports me back to countless afternoons spent hunched over my own desk. Outside, the wind stirs, rustling the leaves of the trees beyond our monastery walls. It carries with it the faintest hint of damp earth and decaying vegetation, a reminder that spring is slowly giving way to summer's warmth. The air in here is stale from days without rain. I can feel it clinging to my skin like a thin layer of dust. Edwin pauses, sets down his quill, and rubs his eyes with the heel of his hand. His gaze drifts towards me as he yawns, an involuntary movement that seems almost feline in its fluidity. We need more ink, he says without any particular urgency, and perhaps a few extra papyrus sheets. It's slow going. I nod in agreement, not because I share his concern about the supplies, but simply because it's easier to respond affirmatively than risk opening up an argument over something as mundane as stationery. The sound of footsteps echoes down from the corridor outside, soft and measured, a clear indication that Brother Thomas has arrived. His eyes scan our scriptorium with interest before settling on Edwin, who greets him with a quiet nod. Brother Gregory requests your presence, he says. He's in need of someone to help locate the water barrels. The mention of water sends me into a fleeting reverie, memories of long days spent carrying heavy jugs from the well outside the walls, my back aching with every step as I struggled to keep up with Brother Gregory's demands for fresh water. The creaking wooden handles and the sound of splashing liquid always seemed to accompany those duties. Back in our present moment, Edwin sets aside his quill once more, this time standing up from his chair with an air that suggests he'd rather be anywhere else at the moment, a common sentiment when Brother Gregory calls. I suppose I'll join him, he says finally, giving me a look of mild resignation. As they depart together, leaving me to my solitary task, I begin to feel a creeping sense of unease. It's nothing specific, merely an awareness that there are duties yet unfulfilled and perhaps some urgency lurking in the shadows, all hidden behind Brother Gregory's usually enigmatic smile when he called Edwin away. Their footsteps fade into silence as they disappear down the corridor, leaving me with only my thoughts for company. The creaking of wooden beams above seems to grow louder now that I'm alone, a subtle reminder that even our monastery has its own gentle groans and sighs. Time passes slowly while working on this particular text. Perhaps it's because Edwin is absent, or maybe the work itself feels more tedious than usual. Whatever the reason, my quill scratches through the papyrus with an almost mechanical rhythm as I try to focus on Brother Gregory's words, rather than letting my mind stray into thoughts of water and duties yet unfulfilled. As dusk approaches, signaled by a faint deepening in the shadows beyond our windows, Edwin returns alone. He carries himself quietly, his footsteps muffled by the worn stone floor beneath. The barrels are empty, he says flatly as he sets down beside me once more. Brother Gregory is worried about bathing and drinking water for tomorrow. An unease I hadn't quite noticed before stirs within me, a sense of discomfort that stems not from Brother Gregory's concerns, but rather the memory of past droughts, when days turned into weeks without rain and we relied on stored reserves to keep our ablutions and necessities met. Edwin starts rummaging through his satchel for some spare papyrus sheets, while I watch him with a detached interest. His hands move quickly and efficiently, habits honed from years spent transcribing texts that often proved far more challenging than Brother Gregory's cryptic messages. You know, he says as he lays out the new parchment, I've been thinking it might be wise to start rationing our water usage while we still have some stored up. Better safe than sorry. His words are tinged with a hint of dry humor that only I seem to catch, an oblique reference to past mishaps and minor disasters that could easily recur. Outside, night begins its slow creep over the world beyond our walls as the wind stirs through leaves once more. It carries whispers from distant fields where crops sway gently in the breeze, a soothing melody that seeps into my consciousness like rainwater seeping into parched soil. The soft murmur of the wind stirs my thoughts, carrying whispers from distant fields where crops sway gently in the breeze, a soothing melody that seeps into my consciousness like rainwater seeping into parched soil. I'm sitting on a worn wooden bench outside our scriptorium, surrounded by towering shelves lined with leather-bound tomes and quills waiting for their next use. The morning sun casts long shadows across the stone floor, illuminating dust motes dancing in the faint light. Brother Edwin walks towards me, his eyes squinting from the dimness within. He's a tall figure with a gaunt face, always dressed in dark robes that seem to swallow him whole. You're early, he says, setting down a tray bearing 2 steaming cups of ale and a small jug of honey. I nod, taking the cup offered to me. The aroma wafts up, rich and comforting, an everyday pleasure we've grown accustomed to after months of winter's chill. Edwin hands me a piece of bread, soft from last night's baking, which I break into manageable chunks as he sits beside me. We sip our ale in silence for a moment, listening to the wind carry its gentle tune through the courtyard. Beyond the walls, I can hear the distant rumble of the river, a soothing background hum that seems always present yet never grows old. The monastery's design takes advantage of this natural sound. The windows and doors are placed just so to catch the breeze while filtering out harsh noises. After a few sips, Edwin leans in closer, his voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. Have you noticed anything unusual about our hidden garden? I look at him quizzically. What could possibly be wrong with it? The garden is a small oasis behind the north wing of the monastery, tucked away from prying eyes and often forgotten by all but Brother Lucian. Edwin glances around cautiously before responding. I was out there yesterday morning for my ablutions. I walked past the old stone wall surrounding our little haven, where we grow herbs for medicinal purposes. He leans in further, lowering his voice even more. The date on that worn stone is from 1123. A shiver runs down my spine at the mention of this specific year. That's 5 years before I arrived here as a novice. Our community has been built upon the foundation laid by earlier generations. Yet there it was, an anomaly in the records we keep and study so meticulously. Perhaps you're right, Edwin says, scrutinizing me for any sign of skepticism. Or maybe Brother Lucian placed that date there himself. After all, he's always talking about the ancient knowledge hidden within our walls. He chuckles dryly, a hint of irony in his voice. The sun moves higher now, casting its light across more areas of the courtyard as it climbs above the surrounding buildings. I watch Edwin carefully for any signs that might reveal what this conversation is truly about, but he merely sips his ale and nibbles on the bread, offering no further information. We sit in comfortable silence for a while longer before Edwin suggests we walk to the hidden garden together. It's time you saw it again, he says nonchalantly, pushing himself up from the bench. As we stroll across the courtyard, I ponder what could be wrong with our little haven, or why Edwin thinks there might be something worth hiding in plain sight. We pass by the well where Brother Michael is busy washing a large basket of fresh vegetables. He greets us warmly, but doesn't seem to catch any hint of the conversation we're about to have. Beyond the well, we turn towards the north wing and its hidden entrance behind which lies our secret garden. The door creaks softly as Edwin pushes it open, revealing a dimly lit passageway overgrown with vines that cling tenaciously to stone walls worn by time. It's not unlike many of the monastery's internal corridors, yet I've never felt an air quite so still and private. As we move through this hidden passage, our footsteps echo against the cold stones, a hollow sound in stark contrast to the soft rustling outside that signals life within the garden. The door at the end swings open with ease, revealing a compact space filled with lush greenery, herbs and flowers that grow in neat rows between ancient stone walls. In this small sanctuary, time seems frozen. Plants stand tall but untended, some vines twisted beyond recognition, giving an appearance of having been here for decades rather than mere years. The silence within the garden is almost palpable. Even Edwin's presence doesn't break it significantly as we wander down the central path, inspecting plants with a practiced eye. I spot Brother Lucian nearby, gently pruning a particularly stubborn branch from one of our prized medicinal herbs, chamomile for insomnia and other troubles. He notices us approaching but continues his task without acknowledging our arrival. There's an air about him that says he knows exactly what we're here to see or discuss. The light within the garden is subdued due to the narrow windows, which provide filtered natural illumination during daylight hours but leave it dim after sundown, hence the need for candles and lanterns. Shadows stretch across the path like dark fingers grasping at stone walls as I walk towards Brother Lucian with Edwin by my side. "What do you make of this?" I ask him quietly, nodding toward the wall where the date 1123 is inscribed in faded letters. A reminder that even we who live within these walls may not always be aware of all its secrets or understand why certain things remain hidden from us. Edwin looks over at me with an air of calm contemplation before shrugging ever so slightly. "Perhaps it's just the past lingering on," he says softly, his eyes drifting back to Brother Lucian and the task at hand. Brother Lucian's hands move with a practiced ease as he lays out the day's medications on the wooden counter. The soft clinking of vials against each other, the gentle rustle of parchment as Brother Edwin consults the apothecary book, all these sounds blend together into a soothing melody that fills the small infirmary. You notice how the flickering candlelight casts long shadows across the walls, making the air seem thick and heavy. As you watch, Brother Lucian begins to prepare the day's draft for Sister Aveline, whose fever has been plaguing her for days. He carefully measures out a pinch of powdered chamomile from the small sack beside him, his fingers stained with the dusty residue as he adds it to the bubbling cauldron on the hearthstone. You can smell the pungent scent of herbs and the acrid tang of stale air rising up from the depths of the infirmary. The wind outside stirs occasionally, causing the candles to dance in their holders, casting eerie shadows across the walls as it sighs through the small windows high above your head. It's a gentle breeze on this overcast morning, one that promises nothing more than a light drizzle later today. Brother Edwin glances up from his book, his eyes squinting slightly against the dim light. As you stand there watching, a faint humming noise begins to build in intensity outside, growing louder with each passing moment. You recognize it as the clanging of pots and pans being rearranged in the kitchen. No doubt Sister Marjorie is preparing for lunch. The clinking grows more insistent until it becomes almost deafening, punctuated by sudden clangs that make you wince. Brother Lucian's expression remains serene, his hands moving with a practiced fluidity as he pours the last of the draft into a waiting flask. His eyes flicker towards Brother Edwin for a moment before returning to their task, but even in that brief glance, you catch a hint of something like annoyance or exasperation flickering beneath his calm surface. The noise from outside eventually begins to subside as Sister Marjorie retreats back into the kitchen, her apron stained with flour and scraps of fresh bread. The relative quiet is almost palpable until Brother Edwin's voice cuts through it, soft but insistent. Brother Lucian, I think we should re-examine those miraculous healings from last week." You sense a note of reserve in his tone that belies the apparent nonchalance. The infirmary is quiet now, just you and brothers Edwin and Lucian standing around the counter, surrounded by the faint scent of herbs and medicine. Brother Lucian sets down the vial he's been holding, its stopper slipping back into place with a soft click as his hands fall still. His eyes narrow slightly, a hint of wariness creeping into them like frost on winter mornings. "Which ones?" Brother Lucian asks finally, his voice neutral but with just enough tension to suggest that this is not an idle question. You notice the faint crease between Brother Edwin's eyebrows. It's almost imperceptible, yet you've learned to recognize its presence as a sign of thoughtfulness or concentration. He glances at the apothecary book lying open on his lap before responding slowly. The ones involving poisoned victims, I suppose. Brother Lucian's hands move once more, this time smoothing out a crumpled fold in his robes as he nods curtly. His expression remains unreadable, but you detect the faintest whisper of something like unease or doubt emanating from him. Ah, Brother Edwin says softly, the ones attributed to Saint Sebastian's intervention. You remember now that these miraculous healings have been the talk of the monastery for weeks. The way Brother Edwin pronounces it, Saint Sebastian's intervention, makes it sound almost like a term used in court cases, an obscure phrase whose meaning is only clear to those familiar with its usage. As you watch, Brother Lucian carefully pours another vial into the flask he holds. His hands move with precision, as if rehearsing some long-practiced gesture for the benefit of others rather than himself. You catch a whiff of something almost like disinfectant rising up from his robes. It's faint but unmistakable. You recall that Brother Lucian was part of the team who initially attended to those patients. He seems genuinely troubled by the suggestion, and yet there's an undercurrent in his expression, a subtle tension or worry that only becomes apparent when you watch him closely. It starts as just a hunch, something about the way he glances at Brother Edwin before returning to his task, like he's searching for some hidden meaning beneath the surface of their conversation. His eyes linger on Brother Edwin for an instant longer than necessary, long enough to make it clear that this is not simply a discussion, but rather something more. As you continue watching, the wind outside stirs once again, causing the candles to wobble in their holders like tentative dancers. The shadows cast across the walls seem deeper now, almost as if they're deepening with every passing moment, growing darker and more pronounced until it's hard to tell where Brother Lucian begins and ends. The flickering candlelight casts a dim glow over everything. Brother Edwin hunched over his book, Brother Lucian carefully pouring another vial into the flask. It creates an air of quiet urgency that is almost palpable, like they're all holding their breath, waiting for something to unfold or resolve itself in this small infirmary. You notice how your gaze keeps drifting back to those patients who were miraculously healed after being poisoned. The way it's been described in the monastery's newsletters as an intercession of Saint Sebastian himself is almost too good to be true. Miraculous healings, poison victims suddenly restored to health. And yet something about this just doesn't feel quite right. The tension between brothers Lucian and Edwin begins to grow more apparent now. It starts with tiny gestures, a raised eyebrow here, a slight hesitation there, until it becomes clear that they're both thinking the same thing but can't bring themselves to voice it out loud. Brother Lucian's hands move once again as he sets down another vial on the counter. His expression remains serene, yet you sense an undercurrent of unease emanating from him like a faint tremor in his fingers. As the seconds tick by, Brother Edwin leans back slightly in his chair, just enough to suggest that this conversation has not ended, but merely taken its first tentative step into uncharted territory. The shadows cast across the walls seem deeper now, almost as if they're growing longer with every passing moment until it's hard to tell where one brother begins and another ends. The infirmary is quiet once more, except for a faint rustling sound coming from outside, which grows louder by degrees until you recognize Sister Marjorie rearranging the potted herbs on her windowsill. The soft clinking of vials against each other has stopped now. Only Brother Lucian's breathing and the distant hum of the kitchen remain to fill the silence. As the moments tick away at a glacial pace, it becomes clear that brothers Edwin and Lucian are about to engage in some sort of delicate dance, one whose steps they've both rehearsed countless times before but can never quite predict with certainty. The flickering candlelight casts eerie shadows on Brother Edwin's face as he rises from his pallet, his joints creaking softly like an old wooden door. The chapel is dimly lit, the only sound being the soft hum of a distant bee outside the stained glass window, its honeyed drone seeping into the stillness. Brother Lucian stirs in his bed, rubbing the sleep from his eyes as Edwin begins to walk towards him. Their footsteps echo through the empty corridors like two ghostly apparitions drifting across the stone floor, their soft murmurs barely audible above the gentle lapping of water against the monastery's ancient foundations outside. The air is heavy with the scent of old parchment and burning wax, carried on a faint breeze that stirs the candles in the chapel. As they draw closer to Brother Lucian's pallet, Edwin's eyes narrow slightly as he catches sight of something clutched tightly in his fellow monk's hand, a small, worn leather pouch. A fleeting glimmer of unease flickers across Edwin's face before it is replaced by an expression of bland concern. Brother Lucian senses the tension and opens one eye to regard Edwin calmly. "I'm just holding onto something for Brother Thomas," he says quietly, his voice barely above a whisper as if afraid to disturb the stillness. Edwin nods discreetly, his eyes never leaving the pouch. "Ah, yes, of course." His tone is devoid of inflection, but it carries an undertone of knowingness that Lucian picks up on instinctively. They exchange a brief glance before Edwin continues towards the chapel, his footsteps echoing off the stone walls. The air inside the chapel is heavy with incense and candle smoke as Brother Edwin begins to prepare for morning prayers. The scent of old wood polish wafts from the pews, mingling with the faint tang of damp earth seeping through the monastery's ancient foundations above ground level. Outside, the wind stirs occasionally, its soft whispers like a distant lover's caress rustling against the chapel windows. Brother Edwin moves about the chapel with practiced ease, his movements economical and deliberate as he arranges the candles and incense sticks on the altar. The quiet of the monastery is almost palpable, broken only by an occasional creak or groan from the old wooden beams overhead, sounds that have grown so familiar over time they've become background noise. As Edwin begins to chant softly under his breath, Brother Lucian joins him in a few moments' silence before resuming his own prayers. The sound of their voices blends together like two threads woven into the same tapestry, gentle, soothing, and unobtrusive as they move through the slow, deliberate dance of morning devotion. Their words hang suspended above them like mist on a winter's morn, barely perceptible yet imbuing the air with an almost tangible reverence. Brother Edwin's eyes close in quiet contemplation as he pauses between chants, his lips moving silently as if tasting the words rather than speaking them aloud. The moment stretches and lengthens until it becomes impossible to tell which of them started or finished, a gentle blur that dissolves into stillness once more like ripples on a stagnant pond. Only then does Edwin open his eyes to regard Brother Lucian with an expression both knowing and serene, the glint in his gaze barely perceptible. Their silent understanding is as old as their vows themselves, forged from countless hours spent beside one another, walking through life's mundane routines side by side, yet each carrying a hidden burden that only they can see. And it is this knowledge, rather than any specific action or decision, which allows them to move forward with the same quiet confidence that has come to define their partnership. A soft bell tolls in the distance, its gentle peal muffled by time and the monastery's thick stone walls but unmistakable nonetheless. As one, they turn towards the entrance of the chapel, Edwin breaking off his chant mid-sentence as he rises from prayer. In response, Brother Lucian eases himself to a standing position with an almost forgotten creak that echoes across the empty space between them like an old wooden door on its hinges. For a fleeting instant, their eyes meet in understanding before they move towards the entrance of the chapel side by side as always, bound together by threads both visible and invisible. Their footsteps merge into one slow procession, carrying with it all the weight of centuries past, yet moving forward with the inevitability of dawn breaking over the monastery's ancient stones. The sound of their shoes echoing down the corridor is accompanied by a low hum, almost imperceptible at first but growing louder as they move further from the chapel. The soft murmur gradually resolves into distinct conversations, two voices, indistinguishable from one another, weaving together like threads in an intricate pattern that blends and intertwines until it's impossible to discern individual strands. They flow through the corridors with a quiet purposefulness, their words hanging suspended above them as they discuss some matter of minor import. The air is thick with anticipation, almost palpable in its weightlessness, yet neither brother seems aware of any particular sense of urgency or importance attached to this conversation. Their words ebb and flow like the gentle lapping of water against a rocky shore, each sentence building upon the last until it's impossible to discern where one thought begins or another ends. The monastery itself seems to fade into the background as they move through its corridors, its stone walls receding from view like an ever-present backdrop for their lives. Their footsteps continue in time with the distant hum of conversation, echoing off the cold stones and weaving together a tapestry of sound that is both calming and unsettling at the same time. Their words carry on into the distance as they make their way towards some unknown destination, an unseen endpoint whose significance remains obscure even to themselves. Yet for now, it's enough that they move forward in tandem with each other, side by side through life's mundane routines, carrying within them a knowledge shared and understood but not spoken aloud. In the silence left behind as they disappear from view, only one sound remains, the soft creak of Brother Edwin's pallet as he settles back into its familiar contours. The candle on his bedside table casts an eerie glow across the darkening room, a lone sentinel standing watch over the sleeping monk like some forgotten relic from another era. As darkness closes in around it, the flame flickers and dances with increasing urgency until finally, with one final flash of light, it succumbs to its own gravity. The room plunges into an absolute stillness, broken only by the soft exhalation of Brother Edwin's breath as he settles deeper into sleep, lost among the shadows cast by the extinguished candle like a ghostly presence hovering just beyond reach. The monastery itself stands watch over him in silence, its ancient stones bearing witness to countless moments and events both grand and mundane. And yet, for now at least, it remains content with simply being present as Brother Edwin slips into the quiet world of dreams, surrounded by shadows that have watched him grow from novice to brother over the long passage of years. A gentle breeze stirs outside, its soft whispers carrying on an almost imperceptible current like some hidden breath. The wind rustles against the chapel windows far above ground level, causing a tiny shiver in the stone walls as it passes by with ease. And just for that fleeting instant, Brother Edwin's eyelids flicker open to regard the darkness around him, his gaze lingering on the shadows cast across his bed like some whispered secret only he can hear. For an eternal moment, nothing else exists but this single glance into the unknown, suspended in time as if waiting for something yet unseen. Then, with a soft sigh, Brother Edwin's eyes close once more and he sinks back into sleep, carried off by the gentle undertow of dreams like some drifting leaf on a summer breeze. The monastery remains still and silent around him, its ancient stones bearing witness to moments both grand and mundane as it stands watch over Brother Edwin in slumber. And though nothing visible stirs within its walls, there is an almost imperceptible sense that something unseen yet vital has begun to move through the shadows themselves, a hidden current carrying with it all the weight of years past, even if none can quite see where this quiet power will lead. Yet as Brother Edwin sleeps on, lost in dreams born from countless moments shared within these very walls, there is an almost imperceptible sense that something lies at rest just beyond his grasp. A mystery yet to be unraveled, hidden behind a web of half-remembered whispers and forgotten customs waiting patiently like some unseen presence for the day when Brother Edwin's eyes will open once more upon it. And so as night deepens around him, shrouding all in an almost palpable stillness, only one sound remains, the soft creaking of his pallet beneath the gentle pressure of sleep. A solitary heartbeat marking time like some isolated drumbeat echoing through eternity, reminding Brother Edwin that though the world beyond these monastery walls may be vast and unknowable, within them lies a small yet significant corner where love, duty, and mystery blend in an intricate dance whose steps he knows but cannot quite see. But for now at least all is quiet. The candles on the altar cast flickering shadows on the stone floor as you stand beside Brother Edwin, watching him carefully inspect a basket of apples brought from the nearby orchard. He wrinkles his nose in distaste, holding one up to the light. "Ah, these are not the best," he says, his voice low and matter of fact. "We need to get some more from the north side. The ones on this tree have been scorched by the sun." You nod, familiar with Brother Edwin's particular standards for fruit. He hands you one of the apples anyway, and you take a bite, finding it tart but not unpleasant. As you stand there, you hear the soft clinking of pots in the kitchen area behind the refectory. Sister Margaret is busy preparing dinner, her hands moving swiftly as she chops vegetables into neat piles on the counter. The fire crackles softly in the fireplace, casting a warm glow over the entire space. You glance around at your fellow monks, all engaged in their various tasks. Brother Thomas studying an ancient text, his brow furrowed in concentration. Brother Andrew quietly sweeping the floor with a soft bristled broom. But it's not just a peaceful scene. Your stomach growls slightly as you think about dinner, and what if Sister Margaret's efforts won't be enough? You've heard rumors of food shortages lately, whispers among the monks that this winter may be particularly harsh. Brother Edwin seems to sense your unease, glancing at you with a gentle expression. Eat up, he says quietly. Oh, we'll make do. You take another bite of the apple, feeling its rough texture against your teeth. The taste is satisfying enough, but it's hard not to think about what else might be missing. As if on cue, Sister Margaret calls out from behind you, her voice carrying across the room in a warm, friendly tone, "Brothers, dinner will be served shortly. Make sure to wash your hands before coming to table." You nod, wiping the juice off your fingers with a nearby cloth. You can hear the murmur of voices rising as monks begin to stir from their tasks. Just then, Brother Thomas sets aside his book and stands up, stretching his tall frame with a quiet sigh. "I'll go join Sister Margaret," he says, moving towards the kitchen area with a purposeful stride. As you watch him disappear into the chaos of food preparation, your mind starts to wander back to those rumors about the famine. What if they weren't just rumors? What if this really is going to be one of those winters when food grows scarce and tempers fray? But for now at least, all is quiet in the refectory. The only sounds are the soft clinking of pots, the murmur of monks exchanging whispers, and outside, a distant rumble of wind through trees. The fire crackles softly on, casting shadows that seem to dance across the walls as you stand there lost in thought. Your gaze drifts out into the evening light filtering through the narrow windows above your head, illuminating threads of dust motes suspended in midair like tiny jewels. You can feel the weight of the day slowly seeping away, a feeling both soothing and unsettling at once, leaving behind only a vague sense of unease that seems to cling to you like the faint scent of damp earth after rain. The wind outside stirs, rustling leaves against the windows with an occasional soft thud. You look up from your reverie just as Brother Andrew sets his broom aside and approaches the table where Sister Margaret is arranging a simple but appetizing-looking meal. Steaming bread loaves alongside bowls of what looks like vegetable stew. The air in here feels thick, heavy with anticipation, not excitement exactly, more like an expectation. You're not quite sure. Maybe it's just hunger. Brother Edwin ambles over to the table, eyes fixed on his own dinner portion as if already savoring each bite. "Good work," he says quietly to Sister Margaret, who smiles and nods in response. You follow suit, taking your place beside Brother Thomas at one of the long tables, feeling a little disoriented by this strange hush that's fallen over everything now. Outside, night is closing in like a veil. Darkness gathers beyond the windows as stars begin their steady twinkle overhead. In here, though, it's still light enough for you to see the faint outline of Brother Andrew's features as he takes his seat beside you, eyes fixed on his dinner plate with an expression both intent and unassuming. The flickering candlelight casts a warm glow on the wooden planks of the refectory table, casting long shadows that stretch and yawn like tired monks themselves. The air is heavy with the scent of stale bread and simmering stew, its aroma mingling with the faint tang of Brother Thomas's new perfume, a pleasant enough mixture, but one that still makes you wrinkle your nose in distaste. You are seated beside Brother Andrew once more, who is now savoring each bite of his meal as if it were the finest delicacy. His eyes flicker towards yours occasionally, though he says nothing beyond an occasional meh or a soft grunt to acknowledge your presence. You find yourself wondering what thoughts occupy that quiet mind behind those calm features. To your left, Brother William is regaling the assembled monks with tales of his recent journey to the nearby village, about how the villagers had offered him fresh cheese and honey in exchange for prayers at their local church. He speaks with a practiced enthusiasm, though you've heard this story before, and can't help but feel that he's as bored by it himself. Ahead of you, Brother Gregory stands patiently beside the refectory door, his hands clasped behind his back as if to prevent them from getting restless. His eyes occasionally flicker towards the group, checking on your dinner etiquette with a quiet intensity, though when he notices your gaze has wandered off, he merely nods and returns to his vigil. As you sit there surrounded by these familiar faces, you become aware of an increasingly distracting sound, the soft hum of Brother Ambrose's chanting in the adjacent room. His voice is low and soothing, but somehow grates on your nerves after a while, like fingernails scratched across slate. You glance around at the other monks, wondering if anyone else has noticed this annoyingly pleasant drone. The meal draws to a close with an air of quiet satisfaction. Brother Thomas gets up from his seat to rinse his plate in the nearby water trough, while you watch as he carefully examines each piece before washing it, no doubt convinced that Brother Andrew's unassuming gaze is actually a sign of deep concern for cleanliness. After dinner, the refectory begins its usual gradual transformation into an airy lounge. Monks start talking among themselves, occasionally pausing to nod or make polite remarks about someone else's food choices. You find yourself caught up in a fragmentary conversation with Brother Peter, who regales you with his favorite recipe for making decent jam from crushed berries, an interesting enough discussion that your attention never wavers. Eventually, the talk dies down as night begins to fall outside. Shadows grow longer and darker on the walls until even the candlelight seems faint by comparison. It's then that Brother Andrew gets up and heads out into the darkness, leaving behind a hint of damp, earthy scent in his wake, an unusual departure for him. You stay seated at table for another few minutes, half watching as one or two other monks follow suit to prepare their beds for the night ahead. The air grows quieter still as you sit alone among shadows and candlelight, lost in your thoughts until finally, your mind starts drifting back to a specific day, about 3 months ago now, when Brother Andrew had an unexpected fit of absent-mindedness during dinner. He stared blankly at his meal plate for what felt like hours, without even noticing the others around him. It was as if he'd forgotten his own name, let alone where or who you were. You've tried to put it out of your mind since then, especially when faced with Brother Andrew's usual affable self, always so willing to chat about anything and everything except perhaps that particular day itself. Oh, and yet, a faint whisper from the depths of your memory keeps recurring, that specific date. Maybe I misremembered what actually happened. It nags at you like a gnat buzzing just out of reach, though whenever you try to pin down any clear details, they slip through your fingers. As if to punctuate this unsettling thought, Brother Peter leans over and whispers in your ear, "Did you know the abbot's been talking about revising our schedule again? Maybe we'll have more time for reading after dinner." His words are spoken so softly that you almost wonder if he meant them at all, but somehow his concern seems authentic. You nod politely, trying to stifle a yawn as Brother Peter settles back into his seat. Outside the refectory window, night has deepened further still, It's getting harder to keep your eyelids open against this creeping darkness. Nightly chores begin elsewhere in the cloister, the sound of footsteps echoing through corridors and stairways, accompanied by low murmurs about forgotten candles or misplaced books. The air thickens with anticipation for morning prayers ahead. Your thoughts wander once more back to that unsettling day when Brother Andrew went blank during dinner. You sit on a worn stone bench outside the scriptorium, watching Brother Thomas carefully unroll a parchment that's been folded for what looks like an eternity. The late afternoon sunlight casts long shadows across his face as he examines it closely. A faint hum of bees from the nearby garden drifts in through the open door behind you. As Brother Thomas mutters to himself about some error on the original text, your thoughts wander once more back to that unsettling day when Brother Andrew went blank during dinner. He had been leading the prayers for Vespers and then suddenly stopped mid-sentence, staring into space with an expression like a lost child in the woods. It's as if his mind simply ceased functioning, leaving him frozen for several moments before he awkwardly continued on, trying to recall where he'd left off. The rest of you exchanged uneasy glances over dinner, but no one dared bring it up afterwards. Such lapses can be unsettling when they happen in the middle of communal activities. Brother Thomas finally sets aside the parchment and looks up at you with a faint frown on his face. Not quite right, he says softly to himself before tucking the scroll into its hiding place beneath the bench cushion, where it's been stored for who knows how long. Your attention drifts away from him as you listen to the distant clang of metal striking stone coming from the forge in the nearby courtyard. Brother Edwin is at work again today, hammering out an iron tool that'll probably be used by someone else entirely once he finishes it. You've seen the half-finished tools littering his workspace over the past few days. As you sit there, something catches your eye on the stone bench beside you, a small piece of parchment slipped between two stones in the intricate carvings along its edge. It's folded to fit into an almost imperceptible crevice and blends seamlessly with the surrounding stonework. You've never noticed it before, or maybe it was just tucked away, waiting for someone like you to spot. The parchment appears old, but not too worn considering how tightly it fits between those stones. A single word is scribbled on its surface, abandon, in a hand you don't recognize, although Brother Thomas often receives guests from distant monasteries that he might be acquainted with. Perhaps the word was meant for him. The more pressing question, what's being abandoned? Your curiosity momentarily piqued. Your gaze lingers on the parchment, but eventually wanders back to Brother Thomas as he stands up and stretches his back. He ambles over towards you, an unreadable expression still etched on his face. You ask him about the parchment almost absent-mindedly. "Ah, Brother Thomas, what's that piece of paper doing there?" You nod discreetly at the hidden parchment without drawing undue attention to it, trusting he'll understand what you're hinting at. You glance over at Brother Thomas, who's now quietly occupied with a small quill and inkwell on his lap. The soft scratch of nib on parchment is almost soothing as he works on some mysterious document. Your eyes wander back to the abbot's private secretary, whose gaze occasionally flicks up from the page to survey his surroundings. The warm glow of the candles casts an intimate light over the quiet space you've shared for so long now. Shadows dance upon the stone walls, like sentinels guarding secrets within these ancient stones. You've grown accustomed to this stillness, and your thoughts begin to wander as Brother Thomas's quill pauses mid-sentence. Your gaze drifts towards the window beside him, where a sliver of moonlight has managed to slip through the narrow bars and illuminates a small patch on the floor. The night air carries the faint scent of damp earth from outside, mingling with the pungent aroma of burning candle wax within this small chamber. As you watch Brother Thomas work, your mind turns back to your own day's events. Not that there were any great feats accomplished, just a series of mundane tasks filled with their own peculiarities. Like trying to coax flavor out of last week's stale bread in the kitchen, or struggling to get the water from the communal well at precisely the right temperature for brewing tea. Brother Thomas finally puts down his quill and leans back into the chair, eyes closing briefly as if absorbing a subtle fatigue. You note how neatly he's kept his fingernails trimmed, no doubt an Abbott-approved tradition of grooming oneself with humility in mind. His hands are otherwise quite expressive. You recall the way they gestured during discussions about the finer points of scriptural interpretation. A soft creak echoes from outside your chamber, signaling one of the brothers on duty has made their rounds and passed by without a word. The quiet evening persists, punctuated only by these gentle sounds, whispers in the hallway beyond this room's thin walls, the muffled snoring of Brother Edward down the corridor, or an occasional scurrying sound from hidden corners. Your thoughts return to the parchment on Brother Thomas's lap, and your eyes refocus on it. The script appears hasty but precise, some sort of shorthand you don't recognize. Your hand absently brushes against the edge of a nearby book, one filled with intricate illustrations depicting various saints' lives, where an artist's skillful strokes brought their subjects to life in vivid color. You turn your attention back to Brother Thomas as he picks up his quill once more and begins working on the document at a slightly slower pace. A quiet air settles over him now. It becomes apparent you're no longer needed here for the moment, so you lean forward ever so slightly in your chair without drawing attention. The hours tick by quietly, only punctuated by Brother Thomas's occasional pause to consult an open book on his lap or scratch a thought into the parchment. He works diligently enough that time seems suspended around him. It feels almost as if he's creating something new, born from the shadows cast upon these ancient walls, and infused with secrets whispered through generations of monks who have passed this way. At one point, Brother Thomas looks up at you for only an instant, just long enough to exchange a subtle message. It seems like more than coincidence. Perhaps there was something specific he wished to convey in that fleeting glance. His eyes return to the parchment as if dismissing any distraction from his task. You lean back into your chair once more and with a quiet sigh, allow yourself to sink further into contemplation. The soft flicker of candlelight dances across the stone walls now like leaves rustling through autumn air, an evening's peacefulness washing over you. As hours pass at this unhurried pace, it's possible even time itself has slowed within these sheltered confines. Outside, night deepens and darkens beyond your chamber door, yet inside here, where candlelight holds sway, all feels timeless. Your gaze drifts across the room, back to Brother Thomas absorbed in his work, the shadows cast by flickering flames on walls that hold so much history. In such quietness, it's almost as if you're floating within a world apart from your waking life. One governed not by urgent duties or critical decisions, but by measured hours spent in hushed conversation with candlelight parchment and the soft creaks of stone beneath your chair. You sit in stillness, surrounded by the soft glow of candles that cast gentle shadows on the stone walls. The air is thick with the scent of old parchment and dust, a reminder of the countless hours spent poring over texts that hold secrets to the universe. Your fingers absently toy with the threads of your habit as you let your gaze wander across the scriptorium. Time moves at its own pace here, measured not by minutes or hours, but by the gentle burnishing of candles and the soft creaks of wooden chairs worn smooth by years of use. Brother Edwin's voice drifts through the room, low and soothing as he reads from a text on herbalism to an audience of rapt listeners. Your own thoughts turn to the task at hand, cataloging the contents of the attic trunk that had been unearthed during last week's cleaning endeavors. The wooden box itself was old, its intricate carvings weathered by time and neglect. It sat in a corner, waiting for someone brave enough to tackle its unknown contents. You make your way over, running your hand along the dusty surface of the trunk as you lift the lid. Inside, amidst layers of yellowed cloth and forgotten keepsakes, lies a trio of unremarkable items. An old wooden spoon with a worn handle, a length of twine wrapped around a small stone, and a tattered piece of fabric that looks almost like. Well, not quite nothing. You pick up the spoon first. Its wood is coarse-grained, worn smooth in some places, but still bearing faint scratches from years of use. It's light enough to be carried by a child, yet its shape suggests it was once wielded with some authority. You turn it over in your hands, letting the shadows dance across its surface as you try to imagine who might have used this spoon and for what purpose. Next to the spoon lies the twine-wrapped stone. The length of cord is frayed at one end, suggesting it had been wrapped around the stone with all due haste. You gently unwind the twine to reveal a small piece of flint, its surface scratched in several places where it may have been used as a makeshift scraper. Finally, you lift out the tattered fabric. It's an odd thing, not quite cloth, yet too thick for paper or parchment. The weave is loose and uneven, like something hastily constructed from scraps and discarded fibers. You turn it over in your hands, trying to discern its original purpose. As you sit here with these three items scattered across the stone floor, a sense of unease creeps into your thoughts. Why were they left hidden away in this trunk? What story might be told if one knew their history? But for now, as candlelight casts long shadows and Brother Edwin's voice drifts through the room like a lullaby, you let go of curiosity's hold on you. You simply sit with these strange objects, lost in thought as the soft silence wraps around you. Your gaze wanders to the wall opposite, where a painting of St. Augustine hangs above the lectern. His eyes seem to follow your movements, offering no judgment or insight into the mystery of the attic trunk's contents. Yet there is something about his expression, calm and knowing, that seems to reassure you. Perhaps it's okay not to know everything. The room around you grows quieter still as Brother Edwin concludes his reading. He looks up from his book, catches your eye, and nods in approval before returning to the pages of herbal wisdom. You nod back, lost in thought, as the soft lapping of candle flames against their holders becomes a soothing melody that wraps itself around you. Your thoughts drift further still, like ripples on a pond's surface after a stone is cast into its depths. Memories long buried begin to resurface. Your first encounter with Brother Edwin's herbal texts, the initial skepticism as he shared his theories about plant-based remedies for ailments both physical and spiritual, and finally, the discovery that these remedies seemed, in some small way, to bring solace to those who suffered. As memories swirl and dance within you, their edges begin to blur. The room itself grows hazy around its edges, shadows deepening into crevices between stone blocks, candlelight casting an ethereal glow across the pages of Brother Edwin's texts. The three items on the floor seem to recede from view, lost amidst a sea of fragmented images and half-remembered conversations. It is as if your mind has become a great bookshelf filled with forgotten volumes, each one holding secrets about this life you laid within these stone walls. Your breathing slows further still, becoming almost imperceptible as the silence absorbs all but the faint scent of parchment and dust that clings to every surface in this quiet scriptorium. In such perfect repose, even time itself seems suspended, a moment out of many, each one connected yet separate from those around it. Sleep's gentle fingers brush against your eyelids now, coaxing them closed with an ease born from familiarity and trust. You settle further into stillness as Brother Edwin's voice recedes into the distance, leaving behind only the steady beat of candle flames. And in this quiet world apart, one governed by measured hours spent amidst hushed conversation with parchment and stone, your very thoughts become a gentle whisper lost within an endless expanse of silence. The faint scent of candle smoke wafts through the scriptorium's open window, mingling with the morning dew on the stone floor. You've settled into your favorite stool beside Brother Edwin, who's carefully illuminating a passage in the margins of an illuminated manuscript. The soft scratching of his quill and the occasional rustle of parchment create a soothing background hum. As you watch, Brother Edwin pauses to study a particular word, turning it over in his mind before making a deliberate correction on the page. His eyes are narrowed, focusing intently on the task at hand, as if anything less than perfection would be unacceptable. You recognize this look from your own work, the one that says, "I've seen something just out of focus, and I won't rest until it's brought sharply into view." To his right lies a stack of worn vellum sheets, awaiting their turn for decoration. Their smooth surface seems almost too pristine to be used for writing, as if even handling them would leave an imperceptible smudge on the page. Brother Edwin glances up and meets your gaze, offering a quiet smile before returning his attention to the manuscript. You take this moment to glance around the scriptorium. Rows of workstations, each one a hub of activity with its own unique rhythm, Brother Thomas carefully rendering an intricate initial, while Sister Margaret meticulously copying a long poem. Your eyes settle on a familiar figure at the far end of the room, Abbot William. He's seated in his usual chair, surrounded by stacks of scrolls and tomes. His head is bent over a particularly worn volume, with one finger tracing the path of a well-worn page edge. You notice that today's lighting seems slightly different, softer perhaps. You realize it's because a new window has been installed above Abbot William's reading nook. A larger panes let in more light and create interesting shadows on his books. The effect is both illuminating the text he reads, but also bringing out subtle dust particles dancing within the room. A faint scratching sound from Brother Edwin's quill breaks into your reverie, as if to remind you that life here continues unabated. No time for lost in thought when there are pages to fill and deadlines to meet. You return your attention to his work, watching him delicately ink a fine line around the edge of an illuminated letter. A memory stirs within you, one from days long past, yet still vivid enough to feel almost like it happened yesterday. Standing alongside Brother Edwin as he carefully mixed colors on his palette for the very first time. He'd been attempting to replicate the shade used in that particular illustration, a pale blue so soft and serene that you felt transported by its beauty. The recollection drifts away, leaving only a lingering sense of warmth from the memory. Your gaze wanders around the scriptorium once more, taking in all the familiar sights and sounds. Brother John's patient murmurs as he guides an apprentice through their first attempts at calligraphy, Sister Alara gently stirring a nearby cauldron to brew another day's supply of ale. Your thoughts grow quiet, carried along by the gentle flow of tasks within this space. It becomes almost imperceptible, like watching ripples on a pond after a stone has been cast into its center. These daily routines create their own patterns and currents that gently shape our lives here in this small world. A soft clinking sound comes from Abbot William's direction, followed by the faint murmur of pages being turned. He occasionally pauses to read aloud, usually snippets from St. Augustine or perhaps a psalm, his voice low and soothing as he surveys his domain with a quiet contentment. Brother Edwin finishes his current passage and leans back in his stool to stretch his shoulders, giving you an opportunity to examine the intricately detailed initial on the opposite page. Your eyes follow its curves as they blend seamlessly into adjacent text, so finely rendered that it becomes almost like watching the real world unfold through a stained glass window. Time itself loses significance here. What might be hours in another context feels more akin to mere minutes within these stone walls. The only constants are the soft hum of activity, the musty scent of parchment and ink, and Abbot William's occasional reading voice providing an undercurrent that holds all together like a steady heartbeat. Eventually, Brother Edwin returns his focus to work, beginning to meticulously draw a series of delicate floral patterns within a border. Your gaze follows his pen as it dances across the page in precise arcs, creating miniature masterpieces amidst larger texts that might soon be lost forever. As you sit there with him, an unexpected realization occurs to you, one born from the countless hours spent watching him work alongside others who have become like family here. The thought takes root gradually, emerging into focus as a steady certainty. This is where knowledge accumulates, hidden within pages of parchment bound in worn leather and adorned by intricate toolwork. It's not some grand revelation or an epiphany, simply the accumulated evidence of countless hours spent poring over texts and rendering them anew with each delicate stroke. Your eyes rest on Brother Edwin, who seems oblivious to any passing thoughts, as he continues to add line upon line with a quiet dedication that speaks for itself. The realization hangs suspended in your mind like an unspoken question, perhaps one you might ponder long into the night after this day's tasks are complete and the candles have burned low. But it remains present, hidden beneath the surface of everyday life here within these stone walls, where books hold both secrets and truths waiting to be discovered. As Brother Edwin finishes his current page, He pauses to survey the scriptorium with a quiet satisfaction, much like Abbot William when reading over some particularly well-crafted text. Your thoughts settle alongside theirs, lost in contemplation of the countless hours spent within these walls where knowledge accumulates gradually and understanding grows through patient dedication. The flickering light from the candles creates an atmosphere both peaceful and meditative, inviting you to surrender yourself to the tranquility that has become a defining feature here amidst the quiet rustle of parchment pages. The candle on your writing desk casts a warm glow over the parchment pages, its gentle flame dancing with an imperceptible waver that seems to synchronize itself with the soft cadence of your breathing. You've been sitting in contemplation for what feels like hours, surrounded by the musty scent of aged books and the faint hint of incense wafting from the adjacent scriptorium. The sound of Brother Edwin's quills scratching against vellum drifts through the air, a soothing background noise that ebbs and flows with each stroke. As you sit here, enveloped in this tranquil atmosphere, your thoughts begin to wander back to the events of earlier today. You had been summoned by Abbot Godric himself, requesting an audience in his chambers to discuss a matter of utmost importance regarding the monastery's apothecary. Upon arriving at the appointed hour, you found the abbot pacing before the fire, his eyes aglow with an intensity that seemed almost fervent. "Brother," he began without preamble, "we have received word from the master alchemist himself, a man of great renown and skill in the arcane arts. He has expressed interest in our endeavors to develop new remedies using alchemical principles." You recall feeling a spark of excitement at this news, followed by an immediate sense of trepidation as you considered the implications. The monastery's apothecary had always been renowned for its innovative approaches to healing, but involving outside forces, particularly those shrouded in mystery and mysticism, raised questions about potential risks. As Abbot Godric continued to speak, his words tumbled forth with a fervor that bordered on evangelism, extolling the virtues of alchemy as a means to unlock hidden secrets within nature itself. You listened intently, trying to grasp the full import of this conversation while simultaneously filtering out any hint of enthusiasm or zealotry. Abbot Godric's tone often wavered between these extremes. At one point during the discussion, he mentioned an individual who had been instrumental in facilitating the master alchemist's interest, a certain brother Marcus, a monk known for his reclusive nature and, let us say, an unorthodox approach to healing. Abbot Godric spoke of him with reverence, describing how this brother had developed an innovative method for infusing plant extracts with subtle energies, something that allegedly granted their remedies remarkable efficacy. Your mind wanders back to the apothecary itself now, a small chamber adjacent to the scriptorium where Brother Edwin spends most days gathering and preparing various concoctions. You've watched him at work on several occasions, mesmerized by his deft hands as he measures out powders and essences with an almost alchemical precision. You remember noticing how he seems particularly fascinated by a specific text, an ancient manuscript bound in worn leather that appears to be the primary source for many of his experiments. Its pages are yellowed and brittle, filled with cryptic illustrations and arcane symbols etched into the margins. You recall feeling a shiver run down your spine as you watched him study it intently, his eyes devouring each line as if searching for hidden truths. The sound of Brother Edwin's quill has slowed to almost imperceptible scratches now. He seems lost in thought, much like yourself. The air is heavy with the scent of fresh parchment and a hint of something else, an elusive essence that wafts on the edges of your perception. As you sit here, suspended between past and present, you begin to ponder what might lie beyond the confines of this peaceful scriptorium. What secrets do those dusty manuscripts hold? And what is it about Brother Edwin's approach to alchemy that has Abbot Godric so enamored? You recall a whispered conversation with one of your fellow monks, a quiet exchange over dinner in the refectory, when he spoke of rumors circulating within the monastery regarding certain individuals who dabble in unorthodox practices. He whispers secrets to them, someone said, their voice barely audible above the clinking of silverware against plates. The candle on your desk has burned down now, its flame reduced to a soft tremble that sends shadows dancing across the parchment pages. Your eyelids grow heavy as you succumb to the soothing rhythms of this quiet hour, Abbot Godric's words echoing in the recesses of your mind like an insistent melody. As the world outside recedes into darkness, you feel yourself being drawn back into the scriptorium's warm glow, a sanctuary where concerns about the unknown and unproven fade away amidst the comforting routines of monastic life. The soft scratching of Brother Edwin's quill provides a lulling accompaniment to your thoughts as they drift toward. The soft scratching of Brother Edwin's quill provides a lulling accompaniment to your thoughts as they drift toward sleep. The flickering candlelight casts shadows on the walls, making it seem as though the very air itself is stirring in slumber. You find yourself standing near the window, gazing out at the moonlit garden beyond the monastery's walls. A faint scent of lavender wafts through the open window, carried on a gentle breeze that rustles the leaves of the nearby herbs. Brother Edwin's quill scratches away with soothing regularity, his writing becoming less distinct as your eyelids begin to droop. You try to focus on the sounds around you, the creaks and groans of the wooden beams above, the distant hooting of an owl in the forest beyond the garden walls, but they blend together into a soft white noise that helps lull your mind into calmness. Your thoughts turn back to Brother Edwin's quill, watching as he carefully sets it down on his parchment, leaving behind a faint trail of ink droplets. The soft crunching sound of Brother Edwin's sandals on the stone floor signals his approach. He stands beside you now, his eyes warm with kindness in the candlelight. You can almost feel the gentle weight of his gaze upon your face as he whispers, "Sleep well, brother." You turn to follow him back into the scriptorium, but find yourself instead drifting toward a familiar corner where Brother Thomas is already seated at his workbench. The faint scent of metal and oil hangs heavy in the air around him. Brother Thomas has been spending long hours polishing the monastery's collection of bronze candlesticks. Your gaze falls upon one particular candlestick that seems to be giving Brother Thomas trouble, its intricate engravings pockmarked with tiny scratches from his whetstone. He glances up at you with a faint frown etched across his face, a rare sight in this usually serene environment. For a moment, the only sound is the quiet scratch of Brother Edwin's quill and the soft hum of Brother Thomas's polishing rag as he works to smooth out the candlestick's surface. As you observe them both at work, your mind begins to wander back to an old debate that has been circulating among the brothers. one regarding a series of small discrepancies in the monastery's treasury records. The conversation had gone on for weeks now, with some brothers suggesting it might be nothing more than simple errors or misremembering. But what if? You wonder aloud, though not quite out loud, as your eyes drift toward an old stone marker embedded in the wall nearby. Its inscription appears to date back further than anyone in living memory. The words are worn smooth by time, but you can still make out some of them. AD followed by a number so low it looks like a single digit at first glance. You push aside your thoughts for now and turn your attention back to Brother Thomas as he carefully inspects the candlestick's scratched surface. His brow furrows deeper in concentration, but you can see the faintest glimmer of satisfaction creeping into his eyes when he finally smooths out one particularly stubborn scratch with a soft touch. As night wears on, the scriptorium becomes quieter still. Only Brother Edwin remains at work now, softly scratching away as if by habit rather than any pressing need. The air thickens with an almost palpable sense of calm, and you find yourself growing sleepy alongside him. Your eyelids droop further down your face as you listen to the soothing cadence of his writing. Suddenly, a faint clinking sound breaks through the stillness. Brother Thomas has set aside his polishing rag and is making his way toward the great hall with an assortment of steaming jugs and wooden trenchers in tow. His arrival signals that it's time for the brothers' evening meal, although you're not quite ready to stir just yet. As you continue drifting between sleep and wakefulness, Brother Edwin sets down his quill one final time before standing up and stretching his arms over his head with a soft groan, an almost childlike movement in this otherwise staid environment. The act of rising seems to signal the others as well. Slowly but surely, more brothers begin to stir from their seats or stretch out on nearby pallets. Your thoughts turn once again toward Brother Thomas and his candlesticks as you watch him carefully arrange the steaming jugs around a central platter, each bearing its own peculiar charm in the flickering light. There's something almost quaint about seeing these usually precise objects being handled with such care, especially when compared to their more utilitarian brethren scattered throughout the monastery. The brothers begin making their way toward the great hall, but you find yourself reluctant to leave your spot beside Brother Edwin. His soft breathing seems to match the gentle hum of the candles as they cast a warm glow across the room. A faint scent wafts in from outside now, mingling with the familiar aromas within, roasting meat and fresh herbs carried on the evening breeze. You notice how one brother holds up his trencher for Brother Thomas's inspection before being handed a generous helping of whatever is cooking tonight. Roasted lamb perhaps, or maybe something more humble like boiled vegetables. Whatever it might be, you can almost smell its savory aroma mingling with that of fresh bread and herbs carried on the evening breeze. As your thoughts begin to waver back toward the mystery of the treasury discrepancies, Brother Edwin's soft voice cuts through the stillness, a lullaby-like whisper that sends shivers down your spine. His words blend together in an effortless flow as he speaks about something entirely unrelated. "Did you know, brother," he says quietly, his breath visible against the candlelight, "the bees we keep on the monastery's north wall have been producing some of their finest honey this season." His words send a subtle shiver down your spine. Perhaps it's not just sleep that makes you feel drowsy now. The brothers gather around him as he begins to tell tales about these industrious creatures, from stories of escaped bee colonies in the nearby forest to ingenious methods for extracting wax without destroying the hive. The conversation flows with a gentle ease now, punctuated by soft murmurs and amused chuckles that seem almost incongruous against this usually solemn backdrop. You listen intently as Brother Edwin describes an experimental new technique he's developed, one which uses no metal tools whatsoever to extract honey, relying instead on carefully tuned wooden frames. Time itself appears to warp during these quiet moments, when the brothers' faces are aglow with simple joys and warm camaraderie. Even you can't help but feel a twinge of excitement mixed in among your lingering fatigue, as Brother Edwin shares tales about his childhood days, spent watching beekeepers work their magic within the nearby village. The evening wears on, yet you remain lost in these soothing tales, even when they stray away from bees and into more mundane aspects like which varieties of herbs grow best near the monastery's east wall. It all blends together now. Brother Edwin's stories of hives and Brother Thomas's polishing ragwork side by side with your own musings on that mysterious stone marker, all while being carried along by a warm tide of conversation. As 1 o'clock strikes, or is it 2? You're no longer quite sure. You realize the room has grown darker now. Candles have burned down to mere stubs except for Brother Edwin's parchment, where his quill still scratches away with an almost hypnotic consistency. Some brothers stir restlessly in their seats, while others begin rising from their pallets to prepare for a night spent within these peaceful walls. The soft hum of the monastery's life continues on, even when you yourself are just about to surrender fully to sleep's gentle grasp. Brother Edwin still scribbles away with an intensity that's almost fierce. You feel his eyes upon your face as he writes, though not quite seeing them in any real sense, rather sensing their kindness and warmth like the first soft rays of a summer dawn creeping over the monastery walls. In this rare moment when even sleep seems to be drawing near, Brother Edwin pauses mid-sentence with an almost imperceptible pause. You watch transfixed as his hand hesitates above the parchment before finally making its way back down, only to leave behind a single unblotted ink droplet on the pristine surface of his work. You sense that this small event may mean something more in due time, yet for now it simply hangs suspended within your mind like an enigmatic puzzle piece waiting patiently to fall into place. The flickering candles cast a warm glow on the stone floor of your cell, creating shadows that dance upon the walls as you settle into bed for the night. Your eyelids grow heavy with the weight of another day spent tending to the gardens and assisting Brother Edwin in his duties. As you lie there, your mind begins to wander back to the peculiar discovery made earlier that evening, a small inscription etched into the stone near the eastern wing's entrance. The date on it reads 1276, several years before our community was founded by Abbot Gerard. You recall thinking that this might be an anomaly, but for now, you've pushed the thought aside and focused on your daily routine. Your breathing slows as you drift into a state of semi-consciousness. Your ears grow attuned to the silence within the abbey's walls, punctuated only by the occasional hoot of an owl outside or the soft creaking of wooden beams settling in for the night. Brother Edwin enters your cell with a gentle knock on the doorframe and begins setting out candles around you. "Would you like some warm milk before bed?" he asks quietly, not wanting to startle you from your reverie. You nod slowly, still lost in thought about that mysterious stone inscription. The milk is brought forth from the kitchen, where Sister Margaret has been preparing a late-night meal for those working on repairs to the eastern wing's roof. The evening air outside carries the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves as you take your first sip of warm milk. Brother Edwin sits with you in silence, watching as the candles cast an eerie light upon the stone walls. Your thoughts wander again to the inscription on that wall. Could it be a remnant from another order? Perhaps someone left behind by Abbot Gerard's predecessors and accidentally forgotten during the community's reorganization. The possibilities swirl within your mind like wisps of cloud drifting across the moonlit sky, each one as elusive as they are intriguing. Sister Margaret enters with Brother Edwin to collect his candle holder. "Good night, brother," she whispers softly as she takes it from him. Her eyes meet yours briefly in passing before focusing on her task. The silence returns once more, punctuated only by the occasional crackle of a dying ember or the faint rustling of fabric against skin, the soft creaking of Brother Edwin's habit as he shifts his position to watch you settle into bed. In this quiet interlude, your thoughts drift back to that stone inscription and begin weaving it with fragments from earlier in the day. You think about helping Sister Margaret in the kitchen during dinner preparations. The way she efficiently wrapped bread loaves for storage while listening intently as Brother Edwin recounted a tale of Abbot Gerard's exploits. As you settle further into bed, your mind stirs once more, piecing together memories like scattered leaves on an autumn breeze. You recall walking through the eastern wing with Sister Margaret earlier that morning, before Brother Edwin mentioned needing to inspect those same areas for signs of disrepair. She had been concerned about a particular section's structural integrity and whether it was worth investing in repair work. Your thoughts grow cloudy, but one image remains sharp. Your hand on her shoulder as she guided you through the narrow corridors filled with half-finished stone carvings depicting scenes from Scripture, their unfinished faces gazing out into an unseen future. Sister Margaret always found solace in these passages of Scripture and took great care to ensure they continued telling stories without interruption. As sleep begins to claim you, your hand relaxes on the bedclothes, leaving behind a faint impression that will be there when morning comes, like every gesture made during this quiet life is somehow intertwined with others. Your hand relaxes on the bedclothes, leaving behind a faint impression that will be there when morning comes, like every gesture made during this quiet life is somehow intertwined with others. The air in your cell grows thick and still as night deepens outside. The candles are lit now, casting flickering shadows on the stone walls that seem to come alive whenever darkness falls. Their gentle dance across the room creates an illusion of movement within a space where time stands almost perfectly still. You're sitting on the edge of your bed, your back against the wall as you prepare for the night ahead. Your habits are well established by now, what needs doing is already done, and tomorrow's tasks can wait until morning light. The silence outside is so complete it feels like an absence within yourself, a hollow that only the soft crackle of candle flames seems to fill. Brother Edwin enters quietly, his footsteps muffled on the cold stone floor as he makes his way to your cell. He carries a covered tray with tonight's supper, not much more than bread and cheese for you, but enough to sustain body and spirit through another long day within these walls. As you receive the offering from Brother Edwin, the savory scent of fresh bread wafts up and fills the air around you. The smell is almost sweet, reminding you that even in a place where simplicity reigns supreme, there's always something, no matter how small or overlooked, to be savored. He sets down the tray beside your bed, nodding at you with an unspoken understanding. Eat when hunger calls, not out of obligation. Brother Edwin knows better than most that some days are harder than others. And even in this quiet, contemplative life where daily routines hold sway, there's room for flexibility, especially around meal times. The flickering light from the candles casts a hypnotic spell as you break bread, breaking your own thoughts into smaller bits. You chew slowly, savoring each morsel while considering what needs to be done tomorrow. Lists won't keep themselves sorted. Someone has to do it tonight before sleep claims them all, and in this life where every task is approached with a measure of gravity, one more day's worth of planning must be tackled. After finishing supper, you push the tray back against the wall, clearing space for your evening devotions. Brother Edwin nods in understanding as he departs, his footsteps echoing softly into the night like the beat of a faraway drum, reminding you that even when alone within these stone walls, there's always someone somewhere nearby. Your gaze falls upon the prayer book lying open on your lap. The pages are dog-eared and worn from much use, their edges softened by countless hands holding them close over the years. Tonight's devotions are a familiar routine, one that takes you through scriptural passages as well as prayers for forgiveness, guidance, and peace. As you read, words begin to blur together, less due to tiredness than the soothing effect of candlelight dancing across your face. It's almost like being wrapped in a warm blanket on a cold winter night, comforted by familiar patterns that repeat year after year within these walls where life is reduced to its bare essentials. Your hands move instinctively through the motions, holding each prayer and verse close for just a moment before letting them go into the air as softly as they came. Your breath synchronizes with your heart's gentle pounding, almost an imperceptible beat that seems more felt than heard. Prayer is not about forcing feelings or emotions. It's simply acknowledging the presence of something greater, which exists even when you're not thinking about it. And so, in this quiet space, where nothing else claims attention except for your own breathing and heartbeat, prayers become an integral part of being, woven into every moment like threads through a rich tapestry. With each passage read and prayer offered, the atmosphere within your cell seems to grow heavier, as if night itself has been invited inside. Shadows deepen on the walls. The flickering candlelight casts eerie silhouettes that dance across the room in rhythmic patterns. It's almost like watching a slow-moving river flow through darkness. These late-night devotions often blur together, becoming indistinguishable from one another except for their presence, each prayer offering solace and peace to carry you through whatever tomorrow brings. Your mind wanders sometimes, thinking of distant family or friends, wondering if they're safe in this world outside these stone walls that feels so far away. But your thoughts never linger long on such concerns, instead drifting back to the task at hand, praying for guidance and forgiveness, asking that your own heart be made lighter by letting go of yesterday's burdens. In doing so, you join countless others who have walked through similar doors over centuries, past each person seeking solace in these same stone walls, where time is measured not by hours or years, but by the weight of their own soul. Your book closes with a soft click as your hands let it drop onto your lap, fingers relaxed and still. The flickering candles seem to respond, growing quieter for just an instant before resuming their gentle dance across the room, creating shadows that twist into impossible shapes on stone walls that know no change except through time's patient hand. Your eyelids begin to droop now, a slow process where your body relaxes in tandem with each passing breath. Your thoughts grow foggy, untethered by anything tangible or concrete as night claims its rightful place within these quiet cell walls, and you're drawn into the darkness like a leaf drifting onto still waters. This is how it happens, not through any sudden change but gradual surrender to fatigue's call, letting go of everything except for one final thought before sleep takes hold. The last thing in your mind as night wraps around you like a shroud is forgiveness, its presence felt rather than understood, reminding you that there are always others walking alongside, unseen yet known. As darkness deepens within and without, the sound of breathing grows more pronounced, almost an affirmation that life continues here despite appearances to the contrary. With this thought held close for just one beat longer, your body finally succumbs to night's allure, relaxing into sleep with a softness that seems like surrender itself. And in those moments as you drift off, something peculiar occurs. The world outside these stone walls recedes further, its sounds muted and distant now. What remains is only this stillness within where shadows dance across cold stones under flickering candlelight. The candle on Brother Edwin's desk casts a gentle glow over the quiet scriptorium. The soft flame dances, casting shadows that seem to move of their own accord across the stone walls. You can almost hear the flickering whisper of the fire as it consumes its waxen fuel. Brother Edwin's eyes are closed, his head nodded forward in slumber. His breathing is slow and steady, a soothing melody that fills the room. The air is thick with the scent of parchment, ink, and the faint tang of old leather binding. You sit across from Brother Edwin, your own candle casting a warm glow on the pages of the scriptorium's ledgers. You've been trying to make sense of these records for what feels like an eternity, or perhaps it's only been an hour. Time loses all meaning when one is poring over dusty texts and yellowed parchment. Your eyes wander back to Brother Edwin, whose slumber seems so peaceful that you can't help but wonder how he sleeps with the weight of his responsibilities on his shoulders. The abbot before him, Father Marcus, was a stern man who demanded nothing less than perfection from every monk under his care. His legacy lives on in these ledgers, or at least it's supposed to. You glance down at the parchment in front of you, where Brother Edwin had been working on reorganizing the records of their previous abbot's reign. It's a monumental task, one that has consumed countless hours and gallons of ink over the years. You've seen firsthand how the ledgers can be treacherous to navigate, full of confusing notes, missing entries, and cryptic abbreviations. Brother Edwin stirs in his sleep, his hand twitching as if trying to grasp an invisible thread. His brow furrows for a moment before he settles back into slumber. You watch him with a mixture of curiosity and affection. It's hard not to feel a connection to the man who has spent so much time poring over these same records. Your gaze drifts back down to the parchment, where Brother Edwin had been working on reorganizing Father Marcus's reign. He'd made some remarkable discoveries in his time at the monastery, like that odd entry about the new chapel being built using materials from an old castle wall, or the peculiar notation about a group of monks who were sent off for training under a mysterious and highly respected abbot. You begin to wonder if these entries are more than just simple records. Perhaps there's something hidden beneath the surface, a secret history waiting to be uncovered by someone with the patience and dedication of Brother Edwin. As you continue to study the parchment, your eyes land on an entry that catches your attention. March 15th, Anno Domini 1245. New records received from Father Marcus detailing his reign as abbot. Contents: 12 vellum pages inked in a script unfamiliar to any monk present. You've seen those pages before, or at least you think you have. They seem to be locked away somewhere, hidden behind other entries and cryptic notes. You feel a shiver run down your spine as you wonder what secrets might lie within those vellum pages. Were they written in code? Did Father Marcus keep some kind of personal journal that's been lost or misplaced over the years? The silence is broken only by the soft crackle of Brother Edwin's candle, which seems to be growing quieter with each passing moment. His breathing has slowed even further. Perhaps it's time for him to sleep. As you sit in the warm glow of the scriptorium, surrounded by ancient texts and dusty records, you begin to feel a sense of unease creeping up your spine. What if those vellum pages are more than just simple notes? What if they hold the key to some long-forgotten mystery or hidden truth? The thought sends shivers down your back as you glance over at Brother Edwin's sleeping form. His peaceful slumber seems a stark contrast to the turmoil brewing within yourself. You take a deep breath, letting the stillness of the scriptorium wash over you once more. The shadows on the walls seem to be growing longer and darker, but they're only dancing across cold stones under flickering candlelight. You feel your eyelids begin to droop as the warm silence envelops you. As you drift into a light doze, your thoughts wander back to those mysterious vellum pages. Were they ever actually received from Father Marcus? Or were they perhaps written by someone else entirely? You try to shake off the feeling of unease, focusing instead on the soothing rhythms of Brother Edwin's breathing and the crackle of his candle. Perhaps it's time for a new approach, one that involves reorganizing not just records, but also your own understanding of this monastery's history. The shadows grow longer still as you drift further into sleep, surrounded by ancient texts and dusty ledgers waiting to be deciphered. The flickering candles cast a warm glow on Brother Edwin's face as he scribbles notes in the margin of an ancient manuscript. The scratch of his quill pen echoes through the stillness, punctuated by the occasional rustle of parchment. You find yourself standing beside him, watching as the shadows dance across the walls, like dark silhouettes playing a game of hide-and-seek among the stone carvings. Brother Edwin's eyes narrow in concentration, his brow furrowed in a study of forgotten knowledge. The air is thick with the scent of old parchment and candle smoke. The monastery's scriptorium is quiet tonight, save for the soft hum of Brother Edwin's writing and the occasional creaking of wooden shelves holding reams of vellum paper. You've grown accustomed to this late-night routine, the hush of study, punctuated by moments of contemplation as brothers like Brother Edwin delve into ancient texts. As you observe Brother Edwin, you notice a faint smudge on his cheek, left from a hurried meal earlier in the evening. The smell of cooked onions lingers on your sleeve, a reminder that the previous night's soup still clings to your skin. You recall how the kitchen staff had been experimenting with new seasonings, something about an Italian herb blend that Brother Ambrose swore would improve the flavor. You follow the sound of soft chanting drifting from the adjacent room, where a small group of brothers is gathered for vigils. The low murmur of their voices weaves in and out of the flickering candlelight like a river meandering through the night. Their prayers weave together to create an eerie harmony that stirs something within you, not quite waking, but just enough to hold on to. As Brother Edwin's quill continues its steady scratch across the parchment, he pauses suddenly, his eyes snapping up from the page as if drawn by some unseen thread. His gaze falls upon a nearby shelf where a small leather-bound book rests against an assortment of dusty ledgers and ancient manuscripts. It is bound in cracked black leather that seems to absorb rather than reflect any available light. He carefully sets down his quill, its wooden nib slipping onto the parchment with a tiny click. You can feel Brother Edwin's curiosity. It stirs your own as you watch him slide off his stool, padding across the cold stone floor toward the shelf where the mysterious book lies. His hands brush against yours, sending a faint shiver through your fingers. You take in the musty scent of aged leather and parchment that clings to Brother Edwin's robes. His eyes narrow as he runs his thumb over the embossed cover. It bears no discernible pattern or title, merely an unassuming seal on the frontispiece, an anchor within a circle. The faint impression seems almost unofficial. His fingers hesitantly brush against yours once more before releasing your hand to carefully lift the book from its perch. You note how his eyes linger on the cover as if expecting something to reveal itself, perhaps hidden symbols, or at minimum, a clear indication of what this enigmatic text might contain. Instead, Brother Edwin's brow furrows further, as he seems to realize that nothing about this leather-bound volume suggests any particular interest. His hands pause in midair for an instant before gently placing the book back against its shelf. A faint crease appears on his cheek, one your fingers had brushed away earlier, and you catch a whiff of candle smoke carried by the quiet rustle as he shifts gears, returning to his manuscript with renewed focus. His quill picks up where it left off, leaving behind the faint scent of his touch. As Brother Edwin's scribbling resumes its steady rhythm, an image forms in your mind, that of a young monk standing before the abbot, recounting visions that seem so vivid they can't be denied. A whisper runs through your thoughts. What if this particular date on the stone outside is correct? What if everything else about Brother Edwin's story is built around it? The sound of his quill continues its soft scratch against parchment as you let yourself drift into a gentle reverie, imagining the young monk standing before the abbot, recounting visions that could change everything. The scratch of Brother Edwin's quill against parchment continues to weave a gentle melody through your thoughts as you let yourself drift into a reverie. The flickering candles in the scriptorium cast shadows on the walls, making it seem as though the very stone itself is listening intently to the young monk's tale. Your gaze follows the line of his quill as he pauses mid-sentence, lost in thought. His brow furrows slightly, and you sense a glimmer of doubt creeping into his expression. He dips the nib into the inkwell once more, the sound of the liquid flowing from the bottle a soothing accompaniment to your own quiet reverie. As you imagine Brother Edwin standing before the abbot, recounting visions that could change everything, the soft rustle of pages turns in the nearby corner catches your attention. An elderly scribe, Brother Felix, sits hunched over his desk, his eyes scanning the text with a keen intensity. His hands move deftly as he corrects an error, the scratching sound eerily similar to Brother Edwin's quill. Your mind wanders back to the abbot's chambers, where you had first heard Brother Edwin's words echoing through your thoughts. The dim light of the candles casts long shadows on the walls, making it seem as though the very room itself is trying to absorb the weight of his tale. You recall the flickering flame casting an eerie glow on the abbot's face, illuminating lines etched into his forehead like a map. The sound of footsteps outside the scriptorium breaks your reverie, and you turn to see Brother Edwin entering with a hesitant expression. He carries a small wooden box in one hand, its lid slightly ajar as if he had just opened it moments before. A faint scent of fresh bread wafts from within, mingling with the musty smell of old parchment. Brother Felix, Edwin says softly, his eyes scanning the room until they land on the elderly scribe. I've brought back some news from beyond the mountains. His voice is barely above a whisper, and you sense an undercurrent of nervousness beneath his words. Felix looks up from his work, his gaze flicking to Brother Edwin's box before returning to his text. He nods curtly, his expression unreadable behind the wisps of gray hair framing his face. Continue with your story, he says, his voice low and soothing. As Edwin begins speaking once more, his words spill out in a gentle torrent, weaving together tales of distant lands and wondrous sights. The room falls into an expectant silence, broken only by the soft scratching of quills against parchment and the occasional creak of wooden beams settling in the stillness. Your own thoughts meander through the narrative like a river flowing gently over smooth stones. You imagine Brother Edwin standing before you, his words painting vivid pictures on your mind's eye, snow-capped mountains towering above treacherous valleys, crystal-clear lakes reflecting skies ablaze with sunset hues, and great cities teeming with people from all corners of the world. As the tale unfolds, Felix's corrections grow fewer, his attention increasingly focused on Edwin's story. He leans forward in his chair, his eyes locked intently on the young monk as if willing him to continue speaking. The air is heavy with anticipation, and you sense that this moment may be a turning point, not just for Brother Edwin's tale, but also for your own understanding of the world beyond these monastery walls. Edwin pauses again, collecting his thoughts before continuing in a low tone. His words trail off into silence as he hands Felix a small parchment from within the box. The elderly scribe takes it gingerly, his eyes scanning the text with an unreadable expression. A faint scent wafts through the air, something earthy and pungent, carried on the breeze through the open windows. It's the smell of damp soil and green growth, a far cry from the dry dust and parchment that fills your nostrils most days. You breathe it in deeply, letting its freshness seep into your thoughts as you ponder the news brought back by Brother Edwin. The silence stretches out like an expectant pause between two notes played on a lute, each waiting for the other to begin anew. Your gaze drifts from Felix's solemn face to Edwin's introspective expression and finally settles on the box, its lid still open with a few crumbs spilling out onto the wooden surface. In this moment of quiet contemplation, something stirs within you, an awareness that Brother Edwin's tale is not just about far-off lands, but also about the world beyond these stone walls. It's as though his words have awakened a memory long buried beneath layers of dust and forgotten events. As your thoughts meander through the narrative like a winding stream, the sounds in the scriptorium grow quieter. Only the soft creaks of wooden beams settling into place punctuate the stillness. Your own breathing slows to match the gentle rhythm of Edwin's words as he pauses once more, lost in thought. Felix's eyes flicker back to his text, and with a slow nod he begins to correct an error on the parchment before him, each stroke of the quill weaving together fragments of stories past and present. The box lies open beside them, its contents forgotten amidst the weight of their conversation. Tonight you've traveled through mist-shrouded corridors of memory, where the forgotten steward's whispers mingled with the distant fires of our monastery's kitchen. Beneath the surface of our holy waters, shadows swirled like secrets shared among brothers in hushed tones. What we did to the bodies of the unbaptized lingered on your mind like an unwelcome presence, a reminder that even in sacred places, imperfection dwells. As you wandered through pages yellowed with age, the scribe's scandalous past whispered its own story, one of love and loss beneath the chronicler's precise hand. And when dawn broke, our fears about the stranger who kept arriving at dusk seemed to recede like a tide going out. At the heart of this journey lies the quiet reverence for tradition that defines our lives as medieval monks. We hold on to rituals, scriptures, and stories not just because they guide us, but also because they connect us across time. In these moments, we become part of an unbroken thread, weaving past into present with each passing year. If you'd like to keep exploring, you can gently tap like and subscribe so you don't miss the next journey. And if you feel awake enough, leave a comment and share where in the world you're listening from, perhaps in a small hermitage nestled between mountains or by the banks of a winding river. As you drift toward sleep, allow your thoughts to sink beneath the surface like stones into still water. The details of this journey can recede with the light that illuminates our days. In the quiet darkness ahead lies the patience of time itself, seasons unfolding as leaves fall and grow anew, each year another chapter in an endless tale.